How dark is it in your mind? I won't stop until I can find the dead in all of you, and I know you're far from home. How dark is it in your mind? I can't feel anything inside. Believe me when I say I'm alive and you're my home. See the trouble that I caused. I feed the thought you never saw, but you just won't let me go. Won't let me go. Explain away the panic, but things were made for addicts. So promises a change, I put the boxes in the attic. Won't let you know. Won't let you know. Don't get close, they got eyes of stone. You've been falling to pieces, they give them new life, new meaning. Oh, they tend to hold. When you push, they pull. But the falling is easy when you're in them. How dark is it in your mind? I won't stop until I can find the dead in all of you, and I know you're far from home. How dark is it in your mind? I can't feel anything inside. Believe me when I say I'm alive and you're in my home. When did the lines all blur to gray and you may never see them? How can I sleep when you're awake? What's the point in dreaming? I close my eyes and feel the weight falling from the ceiling. Oh, 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 screaming, oh, 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 oh. No telling what I might do. Something's in my head that I'm not sure that I can fight through, and it haunts me, coming back to say that it wants me now. I've always been afraid of the shadow in my closet that somebody said I made up. It's inside now, trying to take over my mind now. But down this road, I don't see a ghost. It's more like a feeling that almost keeps me from breathing. How can I hide from those silent eyes? They're pulling me back and controlling every facet. They're asking, how dark is it in your mind? I won't stop until I can find the dead in all of you, and I know you're far from home. How dark is it in your mind? I can't feel anything inside. Believe me when I say I'm alive and you're in my home. When did the lines all blur to gray and you may never see them? How can I sleep when you're awake? What's the point in dreaming? I close my eyes and feel the weight falling from the ceiling. Oh, 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 screaming, oh, 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 whoa. I love it, stored it, take the pause and more than making sure the mood will go unnoticed, so you gotta hide it. It's a suicidal mindset, go and tell the roots are deep inside it. You vent, so I ride it. Tell me when you sit alone, tell me when you're not my home, tell me when your hopes are gone. Stepping on throats like a nihilist, never walk loud, so I'm working in the silence. You're praying that you change me, and it hurts to think you made me, and it's easiest to blame me. When you try to step, you find the power that you gave me. Now that we're alone, friend, and all the good is broken, I pull down the shades and close all the doors down, the only one controlling. Close all the doors down, the only one controlling. No, I'll close all the doors. You got a head full of noise and away with the boys, but you ain't seen nothing like my star signs, baby. What you like is smoke lucky strikes, but I don't need luck and I might go crazy when it's after midnight and the streets are empty. At times I wonder if the devil sent me, cause this gun burns on 6 chambers. So what's the fun escaping danger when you can pull my trigger anytime? You don't need reason, don't need rhyme. You're not so easy to forget. Now I'm playing Russian roulette. I fall in love too fast to seem to make it last. But hey, I haven't met you yet, so let's play Russian roulette. Let's play Russian roulette. Last minute getaways to islands far away and hotel holidays, they'd end in hellfire. 3 wood strumming like a fever underneath the bleachers. We could take the world and hop wide. Every moment, don't know where we're going. Die for me, I'll die for you and kill for nothing, baby. Afternoon, I'm saying click, click, boom. If I'm in too deep, then only heaven save me. You can pull my trigger anytime. You don't need reason, don't need rhyme. You're not so easy to forget. Now I'm playing Russian roulette. I fall in love too fast to seem to make it last. But hey, I haven't met you yet, so let's play Russian roulette. Let's play Russian roulette. Let's play Russian roulette.
Your nails are under my skin. You're always scratching at the right place. Yeah. You always act like we're friends, but then you go and treat me sideways. Your touch, it feels like nice, but gives me a rush I can't deny. I don't care how much you leave me dry, 'cause I wait until the next full moon. You're like a wolf in the dark of the night, and I'm hunting you. You took my soul in the blink of an eye, but I'll come for you. You're like a wolf in the dark of the night, and I'm hunting you. You took my soul in the blink of an eye, but I'll come for you. I'll come for you. You always twisting my words to make it seem like I got problems. You have a night on the town, and I'm stuck waiting for the next one. Your touch, it feels like nice, but gives me a rush I can't deny. I don't care how much you leave me dry, 'cause I wait until the next full moon. You're like a wolf in the dark of the night, and I'm hunting you. You took my soul in the blink of an eye, but I'll come for you. You're like a wolf in the dark of the night, and I'm hunting you. You took my soul in the blink of an eye, but I'll come for you. You're like a wolf in the dark of the night, and I'm hunting you. You took my soul in the blink of an eye, but I'll come for you. Yeah, yeah. You're like a wolf in the dark of the night, and I'm hunting you. You took my soul in
to thinking about your life, and I must confess this true. You're a sad little boy with a mother you implore to wipe your ass and do your fighting for you. Now sometimes I must admit I get to thinking about a ditch, a little place I'd like to take you to stay. But believe me when I say it's just a wish inside my brain. So don't you worry none, you're safe for today.
best of all. Keep changing, waiting. Keep changing, waiting. Sunday school is a place for fools. It's hot in hell, but the devil's cool. Don't keep changing, waiting. Don't keep changing, waiting. So don't just sit there, join the club. Sell your soul to Beelzebub.
Hello there, it is I, Count Jackula, your favorite satanic streamer, here with another satanic stream. So let the sin begin. I'm your host, Count Jackula, and I see in the chat we have Stacy, Zevon, Chrome Bison, Mousedon, Wizard Mark. Wizard Mark, that looks a little unfamiliar, but not entirely. So, hello, Wizard Mark. We got Flashman, we got Mousedon, we got Dragon DW, and the rest. How is everybody? Horns up. So let's light the flame of tonight's discourse. And perhaps do it a little literally with this. There we go. A little incense to start the ritual. The ancient ritual, hanging out and discussing whatever it is we fucking feel like. Knitting Samurai, I see you were here too. Hello, how doodles? It doodles okay. It doodles well. You know, obviously I continue to work on Babylon, as most of you all know. Getting ready for that Kickstarter, so it's it's scary. It's scary because while we're doing the Kickstarter, there's also a lot of, editing the manuscript and going over some of the rules to make sure that they all fit. And every once in a while, you found a thing that makes you go, oh shit. Yeah, it's actually quite cool here in the Bay Area. Bay Area always 20 degrees better than where you are. All right, time for me to stop fucking with that shit and get on to what I think is the main topic of discussion, which is the destruction of communities, the role of artists, and kind of the nature evil. And though you might be thinking, well, you're a Satanist, you probably think evil is good. I'm like, no. No. There are things that we can all agree are evil. For example, murder is evil. Whether justified or not, it's evil. It's a bad thing. It's a negative thing. It's taking a life out of the equation. And it is up for each of us to decide whether or not we're okay with that. Some people aren't. I understand. that. It is an evil thing. It's a very evil thing. But sometimes it's worse than others. I was watching a documentary series on Hulu yesterday called Deadly Influence. It was all about like murders that had occurred that were where social media was a big factor. And it talked about, you know, some of the bigger ones, like Mr. Anime, who fucking killed his whole fan damnly. He was a very early YouTuber. And, you know, it kind of documents his like the episode of him kind of documented his like rise and descent into insanity. You could always tell that the guy had like mental problems, which was clear from the get-go. You know, like a lot of the really early YouTube people had like severe social problems that were often a result of severe mental issues, as opposed to like neuroatypical. Plenty of those too. People who were just not neurotypical. They were just like, you know, they had autism or Asperger's or something like that. But with Mr. Anime, you could tell that like something else was going on. There are plenty of people who are, you know, autistic or have Asperger's who aren't like bad people and aren't crazy. You know, they just don't give off the typical social cues, you know, bit of awkwardness. But Mr. Anime was kind of special in this regard because you could see his thinking go wrong. You know, like a lot of early YouTubers, he had aspirations of being a filmmaker that was obviously going to be very hard for him to realize given his financial situation. But you could also tell that his cognitive disabilities were also a major factor. Like, it can be hard to pinpoint and vocalize. But when you go from being anti-gun in one video and then showing off your gun collection in the next video, you're like, wait a minute. That, what? Like, that doesn't fit. Like, that doesn't fit, and you didn't make it fit. You know, it's not like I'm really for gun control, and I say that as a gun collector, you know, like that there, then you've got the connective tissue. You're like, oh, okay, you don't want to take away everyone's guns, but you do believe in some form of gun control. Okay, got it. That's simple. That's easy. You know, there are a lot of people like that. You know, Bo the Fifth Column is like that. He's actually a first. He actually believes in the Second Amendment, but he also believes in gun control. You know, he's of the opinion that there are certain guns that civilians just should not be allowed to just access. And more importantly, people who have proven to be untrustworthy with them should be denied access to them. That makes a certain amount of sense. You know, that makes a lot of sense. Actually, it's like everyone should be allowed to own a firearm, but once you've proved irresponsible with it, then we got to step in and we got to take it away. So rather than just making a blanket, no one can have guns, he believes in background checks. He believes in um, some restrictions because, of course, you don't just sell explosives to anybody. Why is a gun different? Why should a gun be different? You know, it's also important to understand that in the Second Amendment, we have forgotten the meaning of it. We have totally forgotten the meaning of it. It's a simple statement, a well armed and regulated militia being no, here, let me just pull it up. I don't want to misquote it. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, one of the things that people fail to recognize, and they fail to recognize it all the time, on all sides of the fence, is that state is capitalized in that statement. The security of a free, capital S, state. That means they are not talking about a government. They are specifically talking about the states of the United States. Maryland, Virginia, Florida, California, Washington, Oregon, those states. So basically, because the states are supposed to have the right to form a militia, the federal government shall not make a blanket ruling on how the states can do that, how the states regulate firearms. That is not the same as you're not allowed to infringe those rights in totality. It is saying that the federal government isn't not allowed to make that decision because that decision should be that of the individual states. So in the writing, and we know that that's what's intended because the writers of the Constitution discussed it heavily. If you actually look into the history of the Second Amendment, it's like, oh, no. This is very clear. This is very clear because it is exactly what they were arguing about. It was whether or not whether or not gun restrictions should be made at the federal level. However, what this does mean is if all the states agree they can do it. it's not a firearms issue so much on the legal level as it is a states' rights issue at the legal level. That is absolutely what they were arguing about. It's very clear. It's very clear. Like I said, just look into the history of it. Look at what was written. Look what these guys were writing to each other about it, and you're like, oh. Oh. The federal government is not allowed to disarm the states. If we called our states provinces, it would have said provinces. The right of a free province. So according to the Constitution, when you're talking about the state level, that's where the argument's supposed to be. That's where the argument is. That's where the argument is supposed to be held. It's your local legislature. It's not at the federal level. However, the federal government is allowed to create guidelines. It is allowed to help the states enforce their gun laws. Yeah, a lot of people forget we have a tiered government. Your state level is very important. It's arguably, it is just as important as the presidential election. Your state elections are just as important as the presidential election because of the way the government works. So when you look at the federal level, you know, the United States House of Representatives, the United States, the United States Congress, as opposed to the state legislature, the executive office of the president, as opposed to the executive office of the governorship. The judiciary, your state judiciary, versus the Supreme Court. That's just as important. Now, granted, when it comes to the judiciary, we're kind of fucked at the moment. Because the Supreme Court is allowed to override the judiciaries of the states. They actually do have that power. They're the one branch that does. The other branches only really have the ability to do that in certain specific situations. But the Supreme Court has that ability as a blanket power. Because the Supreme Court interprets the Constitution. Yeah, your state elections will also affect you more immediately and more directly. Every time. Every time. And the mechanisms, the political machine of the state government is actually much weaker than that of the federal government. The machinery of the federal government is actually quite fucking strong. Your state governments are still powerful, but they're not as strong as the federal political machine. And the reason for that is simple. We don't pay as much attention to our state elections. So they haven't felt the need to close ranks around it. The machine doesn't need to protect itself as much. But that means that the Democratic levers are more effective. They're more powerful. The vote is more powerful at the state level. The closer it is to where you live specifically, the more powerful your vote is. Why do you think they're always gerrymandering shit? That's why they're always gerrymandering shit. Your local election's super important. Super important. The federal elections, arguably a little less, it's less important than we think in general. Except for now. But in elections past, the federal election actually wasn't as important to you as your state election. This time it is. This time it is because the path has been cleared for the president to have wide sweeping powers that they have never had before, on a level they have never had before. This is one big fell swoop. The next president basically gets almost all the power. So that's the election where you must vote for the lesser of two evils. You must. I hold the presidency to a very, very high standard of conduct. But I do not but my standards of conduct are a little bit different than a lot of people because I've thought so much about them. I expect a president to uphold democracy. I expect them to be an exemplar of following the law. An exemplar. The president should follow the law. Rule of law, that's real big for me. You know, they have to uphold the rule of law, they have to uphold democracy. So when they violate that, down. You go down. Whether it's through impeachment or the ballot box, you go down. You know, I believe the ballot box is very powerful. It's very important. And you could say that I feel that way because I'm an American, but it doesn't matter because I do feel that way. So in this upcoming November, it becomes it's going to be very important. Whether or not I feel that Joe Biden it would be the best president, his conduct falls within my expected parameters of being the president. And he has not really deviated from that, even when I disagree with him, even when I disagree with the decisions that he's made. Because the actual standard that I will hold the president to: upholding democracy, upholding the rule of law. A lot of other things the president has to be left to interpret. Diplomacy. That has to be left a little bit up to his discretion, except where it violates the law. You see. Except where it violates democracy, you see. And Biden has not violated that. Not in his career. I understand why some people are dissatisfied. But I will say this. A lot of people on the Democratic side and points left were very, very, very displeased with Obama. Who really honestly was one of our best presidents. This happened with Obama too. All this negative talk about Biden, it happened in 2012 as well. It just did. It just did. This happens all the time. Now, I'm a little bit angry this time. I'm a little angrier this time at the news media, at all news media, at all major news outlets. Not just the outright fascist ones. You know, you can kind of count on them to be assholes, right? But playing into this rhetoric of Biden should step down is propaganda. That is the most ridiculous fucking shit I have heard. I get being worried, but running again and again and again and again, oh, he should step down. Going to George Clooney, oh, he should step down. I'm not, first of all, I'm not going to listen to a celebrity for their political acumen. You know, like, he's an actor. What do I fucking... I mean, the only actor I can think of in recent history who was allowed to tell me shit about the government was fucking Al Franken, because he was a senator. And he was a very good senator. Did some very fucked up things, and then he was taken out of office. Okay. Personally, I thought he should have waited to see what happened at the ballot box. But he's allowed to resign. Just not how I would have done it. You know, or who knows? Maybe that pressure was so great he was like, "Nah, fuck it, I'm out." You know, in which case, yeah, man, I can see myself doing that. Yeah, Obama was a good president, but the high bar I hold is actually like he wasn't like I said, he was an exemplar. You know, he was a cut above Obama. Biden, I consider an excellent president or a very good one. Obama was closer to peak. You know, I knew we weren't going to get that again because there are only so many people like that in the fucking world, let alone in politics. But I voted Biden hoping that I would get better than I expected. But wouldn't have been too terribly disappointed if my expectations had only been reached. And I still feel that way. The problem is, at this stage of the electoral cycle, replacing Biden is absolutely handing the win to the enemy. It absolutely is. Because it's not just a matter of putting a new guy up in that candidacy. Everyone has to be into them as much as they supported Biden. And we got, 3 months to go? There's no time. There's no time. It's only within the last couple of years that we've had people who are actually stepping up to the plate to be the next major Democratic candidate. You know, there's also a thing that I understand about positions of power. When you are in positions of power, when you have a position of power, people who are in positions of power, whatever else they may be, and you hope that they are something as well as this. But whatever else they may be, they always, all of them have the potential to be monsters because they're dealing in those sorts of decisions. President's decision could lead to military action, and that means war. That means military conflict. Maybe not an outright declaration of open warfare, but somebody gonna die. Large numbers of people gonna die. That is monstrous. But apparently someone needs to do that job. They're all going to be monsters of one way or another. But what else are they? Are they anything else? That matters. That matters big. The problem with Trump is that he is only a monster. The reason so many people support Trump on this basic emotional level is because he behaves the way they think all politicians behave. Every time. They really do think that the only difference between Trump and Biden is the fact that Biden hides it. They really think that. And their greater good is that Project 2025. That's their greater good. That is their greater good. Democrats and points, everyone who is a Democrat and points left, our problem is that our gods are too big and too far away. The conservatives, their problem is that their gods are too small and too far away. Hey, Yogi, do you want to come in for a chat? I'd love to have a co-host. Oh. Hi, bitch Yogi. And given that Yogi just kicked in the front door, what the hell's wrong with you, Ashley Kachadorian? You were supposed to be watching the door. Do you see what I got here, Ashley Kachadorian? These are little girl's arms. A little girl with dreams, with hopes. She's a pool noodle now. She's a swizzle stick. You went to Pearl Harbor. We had our own Pearl Harbor today. And I'm Ben Affleck. And I'm holding little girl's arms. And you're Cuba Gooding Jr. disappointing everybody. Live with that. Okay, Yogi. I will send you a link. Hello, Massimo. This is not a good time to get in my lap. Like, I'm about to stand up. I'm about to stand up, and I better start the process of that so you don't just be like, it's a lap, it's time. You're going to have to wait a few minutes. All right, Yogi, I've sent the link. I shall now put up the intermission, and I'll be right back. Looks like intermission is needs an adjustment. All right. All right, we're back. Let's get this. Let's get this going. Da, 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 da.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, let's.
Am I audible? Can
You
Spell
are
here?
audible. Let's get you in frame.
All right, we're back.
Well, I can hear
My
myself
bad.
through.
No, my bad. That was me. Sorry. But, hey, everybody.
Hey, why don't you center yourself in the frame there?
Oh, why would I do that? That would make sense.
Yeah. Whew.
Well, logic.
Hey, puppy. What are you smelling?
Things.
What are you licking? That
Things.
is the carpet. He's eating carpet.
What have you been teaching him?
Well, I have been doing that lately, so
See? See what happens?
I'm not gonna do the demonstration, but there was a bit of this, you know. But I don't think he was here for that.
Shangri-La! The hidden valley of the Himalayas! The nice, warm, moist, wet place.
He's
I hate you.
Oh God, what review was that?
That was, I believe, part 1 of I Spit on Your Grave.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It was I Spit on Your Grave. I just forget which part it was. Where did?
God, I can't believe that video has been referenced in like
Things.
doctorate theses. So somewhere in a couple of colleges in America, that video is used as an academic reference. I have no idea how to feel about that.
I literally never want you. I love you to death. I literally never want to hear you complain about a lack of impact ever again.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. Yeah.
I'm not fucking cited in doctoral theses.
Yeah.
I had a whole channel dedicated to fucking philosophic theism, and I'm not fucking referenced in academic paper. Shut the fuck up.
I was just amazed. It was academic papers. I was like, oh yeah, I'm sure people will like reference it for like their own shit. I just didn't think it would influence anything at the academic level in any way. But apparently.
Well, that's the thing.
But apparently, it also introduced a lot of people to Men, Women, and Chainsaws by Carol Clover.
It's a brilliant book.
Oh yeah, no, it's an amazing book. It is fantastic. It is a great. Not only is it a great premiere on horror movies and specifically how horror movies intersect with feminism, but also the feminine experience in general.
Mm-hmm.
And its conclusion is eye-opening because you do not expect it. You do not see the conclusion of the thesis of that book coming. Because the thesis is the problem with liberal academia is that it does not recognize masochism as a societal force. And the
You see,
minute you get to the end of
don't
that book
see-
and you read those words, you're like, oh my God, she's right.
You don't see the thesis coming, and it hits you hard.
Oh, it
much
hits
like
you really hard.
You
Yeah.
you don't see it coming. It hits you hard from behind, much like a good slasher.
A good slasher. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the fact that she relates this not only to political policy, but to how Democrats and people to the left specifically fail to understand sex as a political force.
See, that's why.
Because she's like, the only time we discuss sex as a political force is when we are arguing against patriarchy, and that's the only time. But that's not how sexuality works.
See, that's why the only people. It's interesting. That's why the only people who truly get that on the left are crusty, fucking trashy, queer anarcho-communists.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And like, and I wouldn't see, and here's one of the things I love is that back after, what was it? Like, when fourth wave feminism was really like gearing up,
Mhm.
I predicted that what we were going to see in media is we were going to see the dark underbelly of femininity. And it wasn't going to be anything us guys expected because those stories had not been shared. You know, because when people think of like dark femininity, they think like Jezebel and shit, or like the Dragon Lady, or, you know, the Black Widow, something like that. But I'm like, notice something that's always in relation to men. Those archetypes are dark in their relationship to men. That's why we talk about them. But there is a dark side to femininity that exists in relation to itself. And we don't see that. We see a lot of how, in media, we see a lot of how that works in men, in the masculine. But we don't often see how it works in the feminine. And I was like, I think we're going to start seeing more of that. We're going to start seeing that for the first time in like a long time. Like we're talking like a couple 100 years. And it's going to start in horror movies. And I was right. I was absolutely fucking right.
I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I just need to grab a pen real quick.
You got it.
The other side of my room. Goddamn. It will work.
But the funny thing is one of the best depictions of that feminine underbelly, funny enough, wasn't actually from a horror movie. It was Tuki and Berta. Tuki and Birdie.
Ooh.
Her whole relationship with her baker boss.
Oh, that's yeah.
I was like, oh, we're going to territory that not even I spit on your grave went into. The idea that that sexual trauma becomes sexual attraction.
Yup. It's
And I was like, that should have been obvious, but I never thought of that. That should have been obvious, but I never thought of that.
more specifically, the fact that it becomes like a semi to almost completely toxic form of sexual attraction as well, which is a lot of people are not ready for that conversation.
Yeah, but it starts making a lot of people's behavior make more sense.
It does.
You know, like this is the mechanism that abusers use to keep people staying with them. This is part of that mechanism.
It's very insidious.
Oh, it's super insidious. It's
it's
super
ex-
insidious.
it's extremely insidious because especially since we like to go because okay, especially those of us who are very sex positive,
Yeah.
we like to go with this narrative constantly that an honest sexual attraction or an honest sexual reaction more specifically,
Mm-hmm.
because it's not really an attraction, it's a not the way we think of the word attraction.
Yeah.
It's a reaction, if anything.
Yeah, it's a thing.
You know.
It's a thing. It's an aspect. It's a factor.
And but yeah, that's the thing. Like we like to go with this narrative that like honest sexual impulse is always positive and always indicative of choice and actual honest desire for things. And
Yeah.
sex is
Yes.
sex in sexual impulses are so much more complicated.
They're more primal.
Yeah.
They're more primal than that. They are
And that
before they are applied before reason and often supersede them, especially during a certain phase of life. You know, Mouse Nod's like, you mean the way someone with sexual trauma dream or fantasize of being chased by a slasher? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
very
That's
much so.
very much so, you know. There are also a lot of women who don't have that particular type of trauma that fantasize about that. Because how your mind interprets those events is unpredictable. And they know they don't always have to do with sexual attraction. Sometimes they have to do with sexual revulsion. The thing that you will not touch or that you're extremely defensive about.
Your mind has some your mind and your sexual urges have some weird interaction.
Yeah, they do. They do. Because it permeates everything, especially in the adolescent and post-adolescent years. It's in everything. And people are like, oh, they put sex in everything. And I'm like, whether or not people do it deliberately, that is still true. There is sex in everything. Because that's the way most of us are built. That's the way we that's the way non-asexual people experience the world for about a couple of decades.
Very true.
You know, if you're asexual, it may be different. I can't speak for that. Because that's an experience I have no intuition on.
What? You hypersexual? What?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I know, right?
What? You wouldn't have been a good monastic? No.
If I was a monastic, I probably would have been let's be honest. If I was a monastic, I would have been, a monk of Our Lady of TNA. Let us give thanks for dem jugs and that ass, for it is good,
And he did look upon them tits and say,
damn. Yeah, and said, damn. Damn.
Damn, it's good. It's real good.
Oh. All right, Joshua, you take care. Yeah, I know more than one woman who had dreamed that the slasher was a man she was crushing on. Yeah. It's because it gets tied together. So my thing has always been that's normal. Those things are normal. But your job as the person who has those desires is your safety.
First and foremost, at all times.
At all times, yeah. In the world of TTRPG, they have a thing called safety rules. Where does that come from? That comes from the kink community. That comes from S&M. That comes from bondage.
You're welcome, America.
Yeah, you're welcome. Safety tools, and this is why I'm always like, I think a lot of people use them wrong. My opinion is that you have safety tools not to avoid those situations, but because you're going in harm's way. You don't need to be wearing safety gear if you're just in your own backyard. You wear safety gear when you climb a mountain or going where it's dangerous. That's when you need safety gear. And that's what it's for. And so often I see people use safety tools as a way to avoid the subject or the legal entanglement entirely. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? That's not what they're for. That's not how they should be used. And you need to be coming in with the opinion like, yeah, we got these safety tools. Why? Because we intend to go in harm's way. A knight does not wear armor in a situation where they are not expecting to get hit with a sword.
Fair and true.
Yeah. That even applies to cosplay. Because if you're wearing a big suit of armor, somebody's going to want to draw on you, even in play. You know?
Hello, children.
Yeah. Hello, children. So I'm like, no, safety tools are good. I just take issue with the way they are sometimes used.
I mean, that's absolutely fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you don't need a safety word if you're not going to be in a situation where it might be necessary.
Wait, what?
I said you don't need a safe word if you're not going to be in a situation where it might be necessary.
Oh, yeah. Like, you don't need safety. You don't need safety rules if you're going to play Clue.
Well, unless you play it the way I do.
Well, yeah, but at that point we are straying from We are straying from the core experience, you know.
Look, it's not my fault if people aren't physically regenerative and they can't murder fuck each other in a game of Clue. Okay, that's not my problem.
No, true, but that's why safety tools are necessary if you decide to do that. Actually, that would be a really cool fucking twist on Clue.
Murder fucking each other.
No, you start out one of the players is connected to the murder that already happened. But everyone's got their own thing.
Okay.
Like everyone gets like I don't know, like objective cards.
All right.
And your job is to get away with your murder.
I like this.
You know, so but not only are you trying to get away with your murder, you have to solve the initial one. And the more people that die, the more you have to solve while also getting away with your own. Unless, because you need to have this, one of you is the detective. The detective does not need... Actually, no, that's probably it. You have to fool the detective, whoever's playing the detective, and everyone knows who the detective is. If you choose detective, you're like, I'm the detective. The detective has to solve every murder that happened, including the first one. But the killers that get away with it are the ones that win.
This sounds like a really fun LARP. That's what this sounds like.
Yeah. But I'm trying to think about, like, how would you do this as a board game, you know, or like a table game? You know, because I think that's where it would really sing. You know, and then you could take those rules and then make a LARP around it. But you would want to have the tabletop, like, board game or card game or whatever as its base. You know, and that's like... So you basically... The detective has to solve everything. Everyone else just has to get away with their objective and not get discovered.
I like this.
Yeah.
I like this.
And it could even be your objective doesn't even necessarily have to be murder. The objective could be there is a secret safe in the basement. You have to open it and take what's in it without getting caught. And then you can eventually add, like, supernatural elements.
It's tell you a tale.
Yeah.
Thievery, murder, intrigue, thievery,
Yeah,
intrigue,
and
love, and a murder most
foul. You know, like, and then you could do an expansion which is supernatural elements, which is, oh, there's a ghost. You know, someone's playing a ghost and they want revenge. Or on top of the detective, you also have the exorcist. The Exorcist's goal is to eliminate the supernatural elements, is to catch the supernatural elements and eliminate them. And you could have different types of exorcists that are better at different things. You could have like your Father Maris or Karras. You could have your Father Karras, which you can win by making a suit once. You could do this once. You can make the suicide move, and it will instantly eliminate a supernatural target. But in order for you to win using that move, it has to be the last one on the board.
Well, yeah, because otherwise there's just a bunch of ghosts still.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so you can only do it once, and you can win with the suicide move, but it has to end the scenario. If it doesn't end the scenario, you lose.
May I say something?
Yeah, Psychic Detective would be another one.
May I say something at this juncture?
Yeah.
Trying to inject ink at this angle into your arm is very difficult.
And, oh, no, you gave me the title of the game already.
What?
Murder Most Foul.
Murder Most Foul, yeah.
Murder Most Foul. Ooh, hold on. I mean, they take notes. This actually sounded pretty good. Oh, man.
Sanskrit is hard.
What are you writing anyway?
Oh, so on this shoulder, I'll show you more clearly when it's done, but this one is going to say prajna, which means wisdom. And eventually on this shoulder, I'm going to write karuna, which means compassion. Because it's, again, if you know anything about Yan Tantra, be it either Hindu or Buddhist, the feminine principle of compassion and the masculine principle of wisdom join together to create tantric action. It's why whenever you watch like Tibetan Buddhist monks, when they have like the little thunderbolt thing in the right hand and the bell in the left hand, and they do all the shit with it together, Vajra, Ganta, Prajna, Karuna. Wisdom, compassion. Because if you turn the bell upside down, the Vajra can fit into the bell, like the male and the female come together. Don't be foolish, you use the buddy system for tats? No! Absolutely not. All of these I have done myself. How dare you? I'm kidding, Malsudan. I love you. But Yogi, the way you do it looks long and painful. Why do you do it that way? Because it's a spiritual fucking experience for me, that's why. Do. While Jack is taking notes, how is everybody? Unburden yourselves unto me.
All right, clue-like game where everyone has a secret objective. One player is a detective. The detective wins by discovering all objectives and solving all murders. The detective can call for the parlor scene. All other players are suspects. One suspect is the initial murderer. Suspects win by avoiding discovery until after the parlor scene.
Yes. And of course, whoever super hot outside, so chilling inside. Fair enough. Also, how to put it? The detective doesn't have to do the parlor scene this way, but extra points if it starts with, I suppose you're all wondering why I've called you
Do you
here
hear?
tonight.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that was. Yeah, no, I'm like, no, I think that's got legs. I think because I have been wondering, like, I have been wondering whether or not I had a board game in me. A board game or a card game in me. And now I'm like, ooh, wait a minute.
Now you know.
Now I know.
And knowing is half the
The
battle.
battle. Okay. So yeah, at the beginning of the fucking stream, I was making reference of this documentary series called Dark Influence.
Okay.
Which I really think should have been called Under the Influence. Because it's about the intersection of internet influencers and murder.
Yes, Dragodon W11. And then one guy goes, is it the murders? But I'm sorry, yes, go ahead. Under the influence. Yes.
Under the Influence. And most of them are pretty cookie cutter. It's like, oh no, like, I don't want, no, let me be a dick about this for a minute. Oh no, pretty white girl is murdered. The main difference being like, these are actual murders that happened. So I feel a little bit bad putting it that way, but that is the tone of the majority of the episodes. They're all beautiful and talented and loved adventure. You're like, do you have to, do we have to treat these people like they're just the most basic of bitches?
I mean, aren't they?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's kind of, the show doesn't intend to do that, but that's kind of how they portray them. And I'm like, oh, come on. Like, I get into the thing which is different. Get into the thing that is different. And the show often does this thing where it tries to convince you that the crime that is obviously what they're talking about isn't going to be what they talk about.
And you're just sitting there going like, oh my god.
Yeah, but it turns out that guy we mentioned in the beginning was the murderer. The whole was the one that killed her. And I'm like,
well,
no shit. Well, no shit. Why are you acting like this is a surprise? Why are you fucking with me this way? I thought you were actually going to be talking about it. Because apparently, in a story where, like, some friend zone guy takes this influencer that he's crushing on into the middle of the woods, does an occult ritual, and then cuts her head off, just isn't interesting enough. You know what I mean? I'm like,
that's kind of all I would want to know about.
Honestly. Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, they gloss over all the shit that would be interesting. And they just waste your time with people going like, oh my God, she was such a beautiful soul. You're going to hear that exact phrase 100 times.
I'd rather not.
She was a beautiful soul. She was so talented. She was a ray of sunshine in a dark. I'm just like, really? We don't want to
Every-
maybe spend more
every
time.
every autumn, she was the first person in line at Starbucks for her pumpkin spice.
Yeah, but almost. And I'm like, these people have got to be more interesting than that. Why are you telling me this shit again and again and again? Just once. But there were a few exceptions. There are a few exceptions. One episode focuses a lot on the reactions of the dad and her uncle. Neither of which are the perpetrator. They're like the survivor's family. And I understand why they focus a lot on them. Because those two guys, it's the same episode. Those two guys exhibit a complicated fucking emotion that is really, really fucking interesting. And I kind of wish they had leaned even farther into it. And here's the complicated emotion.
Mm-hmm.
It's my fault she's dead because I should have killed the guy and gone to jail. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, that's... And they're not macho about it. Like,
no,
these men are crying when...
They're very sincere.
They're very sincere and they are crying. Like, they are broken because of this. And I was like, whoa. I want to see a documentary that's just about that. Just about that emotion. Not the bullshit posturing, but like literally that particular weird, interesting form of survivor's guilt. Like,
if I had just done this awful and illegal thing, she'd be alive.
She'd be alive, yeah. And I would have gone to jail and I would have been fine with that. Whoa. Like, I want that explored. I want to know how people deal with that. And I want to juxtapose it with people who did do it. And examine their emotional and mental state.
It'd be very interesting.
Yeah. I think that would be super fucking interesting. But most of the stories are about disgruntled guys killing people. Which makes sense. That's who does most of the murders. I was kind of hoping there'd be a curveball in there. They'd throw in a curveball episode. You know what I mean? Where it's like, where the woman was the murderer, where the girl was the murderer or something. But like, they didn't touch on any of those. Like, they're not as common. So they probably would be harder to find.
Well, I always love that whole theory that like female like serial killers, for instance, are actually much more abundant than you would think, but no one ever actually suspects women.
Yeah, because we only... Let's put it this way. I still believe that like 90 to 80% of all killers are male. But that does
Oh, yeah.
leave 10 to 20%. You know, and we also only tend to focus in. And this is where that cultural misogyny fucking rears its head.
Oh no, not
We
the culture of
only
misogyny.
focus on female killers when they kill men or children.
Ooh, and not when they kill other women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why we know about almost every female killer. You know, we don't. I think that you would find that there were far more female serial killers if we considered women who kill children serial killers. But the problem is, not only do we trust women, these women will have children around them. And so you're not necessarily waiting for what's next because that's happening behind closed doors.
Well, that's horrifying.
Yeah. You know,
Hey,
you
Friday
know,
night,
to
Monster Girls. I hope you didn't want to sleep tonight.
yeah, well, you know, to quote Company of Wolves, if there is a beast in man, it has its equal in woman.
No, Jack, that's an uncomfortable thought. I'm an average male American. I don't want to think about that.
I have to think about it. I have to think about it because I I like the feminine.
I've noticed.
Yeah, I like the feminine. And so like in everything, because I'm a hypervigilant asshole, I have to consider the ways in which a woman could blindside me.
Well, murder is pretty blindsiding.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I will give you that.
Yeah, there can be red flags. But like usually people don't believe that a person would take that final step. And to be fair, most of the time they're right. But like in Stranger Things, 99 out of 100 times it doesn't happen. Yeah, but what about the one? What about the one? And that's why people don't tend to suspect people. And a lot of times they don't know what to look for.
Very true.
You know?
Like, I mean, how do you? I mean, unless you're one of those crazy weird kids,
Yeah.
um, who has has an odd fascination with such things. If you're a normal, everyday person, how do you begin to think? How do I look for the signs of serial killing or homicidal mania? How do I look for these things?
One, people with inferiority complexes that exhibit violent behavior. Or or suspiciously passive. Get very angry at at moments that you can't understand. Like, that's one. So how do you look for... So the one part is easy. It's relatively easy. Get mad at very strange moments that make that seem to make no sense with what you know with a person. You know,
right.
If, like, for example, if a Jewish man gets mad because Nazis, that makes sense. If a person gets mad because someone started a fight with them, that makes sense. Someone who's angry because of obvious trauma, that makes sense. You're looking for the fuck? The fuck are you on about? Do you not realize where you are in the space-time continuum? For example, if you are in a non-white LGBT space, why are you telling racist jokes or making racist comments?
Because you want something to happen.
Yeah, because you want something to happen. You know, or you just assume that's how everyone thinks. In one situation where it is almost guaranteed they will not. You know, because we're not... A normal person would have been, like, even a normal fucking bigot, right? Your average bigot, if they're in, like, a queer, one of those spaces, like, they'll tend to shut up.
Yes.
But then there's the one who won't, and there you go. There's your red flag. That's one of the bigger red flags, too. The other is easy for me, guys like me and you, to miss.
Okay.
Threatening behavior from a guy with a Napoleon complex.
Oh no, I'm always suspicious of that.
I'm suspicious of it, but I don't always notice it. And the reason is I'm 6 foot. When a guy starts doing that, I might not even register it.
Oh, because we're used to people being shorter than us, regardless.
Yeah. Yeah. And so we're just like, oh, he's just doing this to me because I'm taller.
Well, you see, I notice it because I don't have a very... How should I? You've been with me physically in the same room.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You can verify what I'm about to say here. I don't have a very masculine presence. I don't have like a hyper masculine vibe.
No.
So I don't really come across to those kind of guys as someone that you would need to start shit with.
Correct.
So it is weird when they start shit with me. It is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's one of those. At that point, if it's not about something you said, it has to be because you're 6'3".
6'5", thank you.
Oh, 6'5"? Okay, it has to be because it has to have something to do with the fact that you're 6'5", because why else would you feel threatened?
Unless there's a body in your basement.
Yeah. Unless there's something going on in your mind that is creating that situation in their head. You know. Um
In
but
which case,
like
I go, cool, chief. I'm a.
yeah, but like for the most part, like me, my brother, and my friend Seth, um, I'm 6 foot. My brother is 6'3". My brother is like 6'3". Seth is 6'7". Um, we often don't notice that quickly. We don't notice that quickly. Like that takes either repeated exposure or someone pointing it out to us. We don't pick up on it immediately because we're just used to being tall. And so we just brush it. We kind of brush it off unless they get like real personal about it.
Fair.
You know?
Like that. No, and by that I mean, yeah, no, that actually makes sense why you would miss that.
Yeah. Because when I was about like 17 and I worked at a Shoney's, there was this guy.
God, Shoney's.
Yeah, Shoney's. There was this guy. I can't remember if he was a server or an assistant manager. It was something like that. I'm pretty sure he was like assistant manager. He I always thought he was odd. And he was a type of odd I didn't really jive with. But it was the first time
Okay.
I had ran into a guy like this, where I was like spending a significant amount of time around him.
Because there's the thing, right? There's like, there's odd. Like, a lot of people would consider you and I to be a bit odd.
Yeah, I would consider us odd as well.
There's odd, and then there's something in you.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
There's like,
Yeah, that's another thing that you should take note of. If the really weird person who is otherwise all right pegs somebody as being a potential problem, listen. Because when you're an oddball, people assume that it is okay to do certain things around you.
that's not necessarily true.
What do you mean?
No, I mean, and it's not necessarily.
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, of course. You know, if I didn't go to such lengths to make it clear that partner abuse, particularly against women, is not okay around me, and in fact, that's grounds for physical confrontation. Because that becomes known and obvious very quickly, that they tend to hide around me. Because people that do that, a predator is always fucking aware of its natural rivals.
Yes.
You know? This guy, but this guy was completely closed in a way that was weird. You know, because it's one of those, do you have any interests? Do you watch any shows? Is there anything that you like?
Are you a person?
Yeah. And I was like, why is that guy's weird. He's like a robot. He doesn't seem to care about anything. You know, he seems to just be the only thing that he seems to like to do is snitch. And when I pointed this out, somebody, and I got to be honest, I don't remember who, went, oh yeah, he beats his girlfriend. And I was like,
That's a hell of a thing to say.
excuse me? What? He's like, yeah, he beats his girlfriend. And I was like, him? You know, because he was a little guy. He was, you know, not like a midget, but like, you know, 5'4". You know, for a guy that's kind of small. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they were like, yeah. And I'm like, and you know this. And they're like, yep. I'm like, how do you know this? And he's like, because I'm friends with his girlfriend. At which point I stopped asking that question because, like, oh, okay. Yeah, you would know at that point, wouldn't you? But I became fascinated with the guy after that because I was like, him? Yeah, like, how come no one's punched his clock? And that's when I started to realize, oh, it's about the inferiority complex.
Mm-hmm.
And whether or not he's a robot around anybody, he's double like that around me because I tower over him. And I'm male. The irony being that particular guy,
Mm-hmm.
if I was a woman who was 6 foot, he probably would have been scared of me.
Oh yeah, because that's like literally worst nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah, he would have been actually frightened of me. And that's when it all started to come together. And I was like, oh shit. And that's when I realized, wait a minute. A lot of these abusers are smaller dudes. Like more than you would think. Because when you think about like a physical abuser, you think of like, you know, someone who's big, but that's going to be relative, right? There are fewer guys who were big relative to me.
Now, personally, I don't think this, but this is only because, unfortunately, I've known enough people who have been victims of violent and physical abuse. You know what I mean? So
What I
people
meant, okay, what I meant to say is I wasn't expecting that from guys who were smaller than me physically.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't a data point that was part of the radar at that point, you know, up until that point. That changed the way I looked at a lot of things because I noticed that the guys, the shorter dudes, and by shorter I mean like, you know, 5'6" and lower.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between them, the difference between the ones that had the Napoleon complex and the ones that didn't was physical confidence.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
You know, like, for example, there's a guy I know who is, he's not a tall dude, you know, 5'6", I think. Dating one of the tallest women I know. Never got the Napoleon complex from him.
We love a
But,
short king. We love a short
yeah.
king.
Never got that from him. But the thing that I did always get from him was physical confidence. Like, this is a guy who could handle himself in a brawl. But that wasn't part of his personality. It was just something he could do. You know? You know, wasn't going to start a fight, wasn't going to back down from one either. And the same was true of Michelle Oween's husband. He's a very short guy. But like I kept saying, he's built like a fantasy dwarf.
Oh, yeah, no, you've talked about this.
Yeah, I'm like, I know his shoulders cannot be wider than he is tall, but man, that's what it feels like. And he's got arms, he's got muscles the size of babies, you know. You know, but he was
That is the best that is the best descriptor I've ever heard. His muscles, they're the size of
babies, you know, like, and so it was one of those, like, when I hear like, yeah, he just literally pulled open a truck door and pulled the guy out of the driver's seat. I was like,
yeah, of course.
The only thing I am surprised at is his ability to get up that high. But now that he clearly has, but if he clearly has that covered.
Oh, I'm thinking. I just not related to anything. While I'm doing this, I just thought, did I ever show you my Ganesh tattoo that I did?
You did not. You did not.
Oh. Camera.
Now these are permanent. These are tattoos, right?
Yes.
Nice.
You know, it's coming out all right. I don't know if the outline's showing that much through the light on the camera, but it's coming out all right.
Yeah, GL Knight. No, yeah, I believe it moment. Yes. I had no trouble believing he could do that. You know?
It's like, I believe him.
Yeah, I believe him. You know, like.
It's like, car's ready. I believe him.
You know, I would not want to take a punch from that man. Holy crap. No. My only chance to fight against him is not be where his fist is. You know, like failing that, it's over.
If I can dodge fast enough.
If I could dodge fast enough, but I don't think I can because this guy is clearly a more skilled fighter than I am. You know, Like, it would definitely be one of those fights where I would be internally, I'd be like, well, guess I'm getting my ass kicked, you know? Like,
It's like, now I don't expect to win this, but if I can live.
yeah. I'll count that as a win. I'll take the L, you know? Oh my God.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you.
Yeah, but okay, so I told you all that, tell you this. Told you that story so I could tell you this one. The last episode of this series is
I told you that story so I could tell you all this story.
all this stuff. Yeah, the last one of the series is the most upsetting.
Ooh.
It's the most upsetting because
Well, it kind of has to be, doesn't it?
yeah, it kind of has to be. But like sometimes it just sort of these things end on a wet fart, you know. This one doesn't. This does end on the worst one because it ends up in a spree killing.
Oh no.
But not the series is called Dark Influences, Murders in Social Media. It's on Hulu. What I was saying is the majority of the episodes are kind of what you expect, particularly of like lower grade true crime documentaries, which is probably how I should have started the description of it. Like, it's a slightly lower grade true crime documentary series, but this last one was just inherently upsetting because it was about a killer in an alternative community.
Ooh.
Yeah. And it has to deal with and it has to deal with all the elements. Like, all the others have like a couple of the classic elements. This one has all of them. It has incel, it has manosphere, it has revenge against a woman. It has racism, it has sexism, it's everything on display, laid out in front of you. And it is one of those events where I was like, oh shit. The alternative community of Denver is over. It's over. They have to start from year one. Not just because it's so frightening, but because he killed so many people. That he killed so many of the core people. Not all of them. But like, how many people in a given area, even in a very populated one, really keep a scene running? It's in
it's usually just like a small handful.
Yeah. It's like a small handful, or if you're in a major city, it might be as many as 20 or 30. This guy killed 15 in Denver. He was, and the other thing that this has is it has a long timetable. So like 10, 15 years ago, he was dating this one woman who specifically opened a tattoo shop in order to create a tattoo shop in Denver that was pro people of color, pro queer, and aggressively so.
I don't like where this is going.
Yeah. Well, considering it's part of a true crime documentary, like, you have an idea where this is going. The guy at one point is dating the the head woman in charge of this shop, who herself becomes a community leader because of it. Not because of the dating him, but because of opening the shop. And the guy comes in one day, like they had seen him around, he had been in the shop, but one day they're all hanging out. And he starts making racist jokes and won't stop. And they're all like, all right, one was already weird. Because you see that big sign out there that says, like, racism and sexism will not be tolerated in those big letters in the front window.
You're doing one of them.
You're doing it. You know? And so at that moment, she's like, all right, I'm going to call it off. I'm calling it off now. Get out. Get out of the shop. Get out of my life. Fuck you. I never want to see you again, you piece of shit. 10, 15 years go by. During this time, that guy opens his own tattoo parlor, which starts to garner a really negative reputation.
Is it full of neo-Nazis?
No, it's run by him. It's run by the guy who wouldn't stop telling racist jokes at the queer people of color tattoo parlor. The irony being, most of his employees were queer women.
Okay.
And they talked about his managerial style, which was odd. You could tell that what was going on is that he felt like he needed to control the women. But he is cutting his nose off to spite his face because he's sabotaging them. But they work for him.
So that's ultimately his money.
Yeah. He is fucking with his money to do this. To undercut and belittle his tattoo artists. And you're like, what? Like, he's calling them every 5 minutes when he knows they're busy.
I'm going to say something that seems like I'm fucking around, and B, kind of shitty to say, but I feel like it's true, which is being so bigoted that you'd fuck with your finances? You'd fuck with the money? That's un-American.
It's also so extra.
Yeah.
It's also so extra because, like, you would think that he would just hire, other racist tattoo artists, like he'd hire dudes who kind of shared his views. Because let's be honest, and around that period of time in Denver,
there's enough.
Yeah, there were enough of them. In fact, the people of color queer tattoo parlor opened because all those people were sick of working for those guys.
Both Boulder and Denver, Colorado were lousy with misogyny.
Yeah. Racism. Yeah, and it's like, well, why didn't you, it's one of those like, wait, why didn't you hire those guys? Why'd you hire all these lesbians? And it's like, oh, so he could intimidate them. Which brings us right back to, but that's your motherfucking money. So you're basically, so this ain't a profit-seeking venture. This is a venture so you can get your daily dose of fucking hate in.
That is so stupid.
It's super stupid. But given what the guy does, not surprising. So that goes on for like a few years. Eventually, because he is such an idiot and a piece of shit and is doing this, the tattoo shop goes under. Like, and the dumbest thing he does, this shows how on the ball this guy is.
I love how it gets dumber somehow.
Yeah, it gets dumber. The reason he ultimately had to sell the shop was because he didn't renew his business license. Now, when a business license lapses,
that has a date and paperwork and notices.
yes, a lot of them. A lot of them. And the other thing is that you have to have claimed the property as part of the business.
Well, yes.
You know, I do not claim my apartment as part of the business for that reason. Plus, I'm like, no, because I'm not going to fuck around with where I live.
That's stupid.
Yeah, that's stupid. The most they would be able to do is reclaim some of the equipment and prevent me from doing further business until it is resolved.
In this case,
these fees rarely exceed a couple $1,000s.
But you're saying that this motherfucker claimed the entire property.
Yeah, he claimed the shop, which actually makes a fair amount of sense. It wasn't where he lived. But that means if it lapses and they go, you're not allowed to do business anymore. And you file bankruptcy, the place you're rented is now part of the bankruptcy.
This is so dumb.
Yeah. That's also like information for anyone else thinking of starting their own business. Anything that you claim on your taxes is technically part of the business as far as bankruptcy is concerned. And what bankruptcy does, this is how bankruptcy actually works, and what it does is it says you are closing down shop and you are liquidating everything. Well, you don't have to liquidate it, but but you do have to sell it. You're giving up everything that is directly tied to that business. Liquidating where you can, selling off where you can, and that's all the money your creditors, that pool of cash is all your creditors can take from you. That's what bankruptcy is. And there are levels of it.
This is literally why, by the way, everybody, this is literally why rich fucks and business owners who end up doing like tax evasion and various other things. This is
Yes.
why
Yes.
they don't claim certain things.
This is why they don't claim certain things and why they usually work on credit. Because credit is not an asset. It's a liability. But if your assets are so great, you can use the liquidity of the asset while still owning it because you've turned it into credit. You get it? That's how that trick works. I have a huge bunch of shit. I am going to put it up as credit to I'm going to put it up to a bank or to a lender as collateral on credit. Because if you can do that, you have both the asset, you have use of the asset and its liquidity. And it doesn't count as earning because it's a liability. Because credit is a liability. First thing you got to know about finances. An asset is anything that generates cash. A liability is anything that causes it to leave. Period. Your car is not an asset, it's a liability.
Well, that seems hyper simplistic. It's also true.
Yeah, it is. It is. For example, any vehicle that you own or a business owns is technically a liability. It requires upkeep. It requires fuel. It is something you're constantly throwing money into. However, if the machines are expensive enough, a lender may see that as collateral. What I take if you don't pay your bills. But that bill is only going to be a fraction of the cost. Sorry. But because the paybacks are only going to be a fraction of that thing's liquidity, you have now turned it into an asset. But not legally. It is not legally an asset. It is a liability. Now, the downside is if you have to file bankruptcy and you're in a situation like that, the lender is allowed to take your shit and the money he's given you. But remember, there is that maximum pool that they can take from. So they get your shit and a little bit more, but they might not get back the full value involved. But they will get the thing and a little extra. So they win. Bankruptcy is all about loss mitigation. The other part of bankruptcy is restructuring. This is a little bit different than what most people consider bankruptcy, which is what I just described. Restructuring, which I believe it was at chapter 7. I can't remember. I can't remember which one it's called. It's either chapter 11 or chapter 7. Restructuring, which is,
I believe that's chapter 11.
Yeah, we're putting everything on hold all our debts. We're putting all our debts on hold because we are restructuring the company in such a way that the way those debts get repaid back has to change, or because it's going to change. But that type of bankruptcy only lasts for a certain amount of time. You have this certain amount of time where you're expected to dot all the I's and cross all the T's.
Yes.
But it's not the same as we have no money. It is, we are restructuring the way we pay the money. And because of that, we need a big declaration of, you'll get your money, but not right now. That's what restructuring is.
At some point in the future.
Yeah, restructuring is Chapter 11. Okay, yeah, so Chapter 11. That's Chapter 11 in a nutshell. Bankruptcy is all about what your creditors are not allowed to take.
So this guy fucks up and fucks over.
Fucks up big. He fucks up big. He loses the building, which I'm pretty sure he just rented. But
he claims it on the business.
But he claims it on the business. Therefore, he's not allowed to operate out of it anymore. He can continue to pay rent to the guy and keep it, but he's not allowed to have a shop there. So he has to sell it, which he does. He has to, leave. He has to vacate, in order to save money. So he does, and he moves up to the mountains.
Oh, no.
Yeah, red flag, another red flag. Where he makes his home out of shipping containers. Now, to be fair, this would be it looked like a better than average apocalyptic shelter.
Look, there is some very nice repurposed material in shipping container homes. Mm-hmm. I've seen shipping container homes, especially in that part of the country, that look like a weird Frank Lloyd Wright tribute.
Yeah.
They look nice. But awful racist guy needs to control women and minorities. Angry, fucks up business, vacates human contact to live in isolation and build a home out of shipping containers. This is not looking good.
No, it is a bouquet of evidence, as the French would say, that leads one to believe this is going to have a terrible consequence.
Oh, you watched that documentary about that French girl dying in Ireland too.
I did. Okay. I was always interested, because I knew that the Napoleonic legal system, which is what France and Canada uses, was different than the American system, but I didn't have a good grasp on how. All I knew is that your defense attorney is not obligated to defend you. He cannot try to withhold evidence. He is not supposed to be allowed to suppress evidence, which an American defense attorney can.
Which, I mean, that's why it's the height of the legal system. Come on, man. We're awesome. Come on.
Yeah, it is the prosecution's job in the American system to make sure all the relevant evidence is presented. Whereas in the French one, you just have to convince the judge.
All right, so this guy moves up to the mountains. Builds himself a bunker.
A bunker where he writes his version of the Turner Diaries.
Oh, no! I'm laughing now because of how cliche and awful it all is.
Yeah,
but
this is
know
what I
I'm-
mean by this one is everything.
But I know I'm going to be so upset by how this concludes. I know it. I'm laughing now, but I know I'm going to be crying in a minute.
Meanwhile, the number 2 person at the tattoo parlor, at the queer person of color tattoo parlor mentioned,
Mm-hmm.
starts renting that space,
No.
opens his own shop because he's like, well, this is a good location.
And fuck that.
Well, he didn't even know that guy was the previous renter.
Oh, that just makes it more sad.
Yeah. And in these intervening years, the tattoo parlors of Denver change. They become more queer and people of color accepting. And a lot of it has to do with the woman who opened up that initial shop. She worked to make that happen. And the community changed as a result of it. They became more accepting and less tolerant of racism. Because they're apparently also amazing tattoo artists. Never estimate the power of an artist when it comes to social change.
I'm not sure if you've noticed, but ethnic minorities and queer people, we tend to be creative.
We tend to, we tend to pursue the arts because, well, our options aren't great. And if you're gonna suffer financially, hey, might as well.
You gotta express yourself somehow.
Mm-hmm. So this guy writes a Turner Diaries thing, becomes a big part of the manosphere, and gets his little incel following. Like I said, got everything.
Every time I hear the word manosphere, my invisible vagina just dries. It truly does.
My spiritual vagina screams. My dick screams. All of my libido gets angry. Because I know that's the thing that they're trying to get revenge against. They hate themselves because of their inherent desire for sexual contact. And they don't understand why the world won't just give it to them. Because they see it as transactional. I do this, therefore I get that. Sexuality don't work that way.
It's so weird.
It doesn't work that way. It is sexuality is a dance. You don't have to be a particularly great dancer at it either.
No, you just have to be adequate.
Yeah, you just okay will do. Hell, not that great, but still doing it will do. It really will. But if you hate yourself and hate the thing that you're after, I'm going to just quote Master Splinter. These things, when turned in on themselves, become unconquerable enemies. They can't give themselves the out.
Is that from the live action one?
Yeah, it's from the live action one.
The time travel one?
No. It's the very first one when Raphael's like,
Oh,
Raph is angry and he's like,
yeah.
You, unlike all your brothers, choose to
Yes.
face this enemy
Yes.
alone. But turned in on itself, it can become an inconquerable enemy.
There's one line from the movie TMNT that I wish was from the live action one because I feel like it really belonged there. Which was,
Raph, just because you are not my favorite student does not mean you are my least loved son.
Oh.
I was like, that's the best line from that movie. Just because you are not my favorite student does not mean you are my least favorite son.
Oh my god. Oh, by the way, I'm taking a break for a minute. I have to make a couple more passes at it, but let's see if I can.
Oh,
Come,
whoa.
come on, you.
Ooh, nice. What is that?
So it's Sanskrit. It says prajna. That's the one that says wisdom.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So then what happens to this?
Oh, so he starts creeping around the other tattoo parlors. And of course, everyone's like, no, get the fuck out of here. Then he starts calling. Then one week, he starts calling all of them to find out who's working on a specific night. And on that night, he takes his weapons that he's been gathering and goes from shop to shop, starting with his old one, and shoots 15 tattoo artists, killing most of them, including the woman who started the original shop. The great irony, because like I said, this got everything, is while going from the last place where he killed people, he stopped by a female police officer. He shoots her. She goes down, but she's not dead. She returns fire. He dies. And as one of the survivors said, at least there's the glorious irony that he was killed by a person that he would have most underestimated and made his death the most ignominious. He was killed by a woman. A woman who was better at violence than he was. Yeah. But he kills like 15 people, shoots several more. The woman's husband is one of the survivors. He was the guy who opened up the other shop that was in his old space. So that's why she was there. Because she was like done for the night. And so she's just, well, I'll just walk over to my husband's fucking tattoo parlor and like hang out with him until he closes up. Yeah. And like, yeah, he just like broke in windows, came inside, just if he saw someone, just blam. Yeah, this was in the news. This was really big news in Denver, and I'm surprised it wasn't bigger national news. Given the body count alone, given how much fucking police presence was used.
considering how much both racial and sexist violence.
Yeah, I'm like, this should have been national news. Why wasn't it? And it was during the pandemic.
That definitely would have been a
So that should have been this should be a story that more than just a few people remember. But it was also around the time that the news started to get fucked. I am so mad that the quote unquote mainstream media essentially became the fake news. Yeah, this was like in 2020, I think. It was like 2019, 2020. It's like right around and they talk about the pandemic. So like it had started already. He probably had a back the blue bumper sticker. I wouldn't be surprised. Little man with a gun in his hand. Yep. Is this the Yellowstone shooting? Problem is when I think Yellowstone, I think of Kevin Costner, which makes me think of Alec Baldwin.
I remember that time that Alec Baldwin went on to killing.
No, this is not the yeah. Let's see, Yellowstone shootings. No, this is not that. This was in Denver. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it was a Rolling Stone article on it. His headline is "Woman Hating Sci-Fi Went Viral in the Manosphere." December 2021 is when it happened.
Oof.
Yeah, and when you see like video of the police response, you were like, this was not small. This was not small. Like when the shootings like started happening, they mobilized. And they were all over the place. The documentary is on Hulu. This is the last episode we're talking about. Each episode is a different crime, or series of crimes. That center around like either a victim or a perpetrator who was important in social media, that was considered a social media influencer. There's an episode on Mr. Anime, for example, which is one where the social media influencer was the murderer.
That's fucked.
Yeah, the FBI should file this under domestic terrorism. They absolutely should have. And the thing that is absolutely the most upsetting is that there is this all like, oh, well, nobody knew. No, they all knew. They told the cops. They did nothing. They did nothing until the shooting started.
Yay.
Yay. Yeah, it's one of those like, can we get this guy on a watch list or something? Like, why is that so hard? Like, that should be easy.
I mean, I'm already on a watch list because I'm your friend. Why the fuck can't this guy be on?
Yeah, no kidding, right? Well, then again, you're probably on you're on a list as being tied to someone who has ties to a foreign government. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's funny because literally after that very first trip that I took to come see you guys.
Yeah.
Ever since then, It's taken longer at the airport.
Yeah. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Taking longer. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, because you're like, yeah, I remember when I first talked to when I first started taking planes with when the Countess was my wife, I was like, all right, prepare for this to take a little longer. And she was like, why? I was like, because you're my wife now. She's like, why does that matter? I was like, my grandfather is a foreign diplomat, or was. He's dead now, but like,
Well,
they'll check. They're gonna check on that, and that's gonna take longer.
Your family still has socio-political pull in the country. It's
Yeah, much less so these days, obviously. But like, oddly enough, that my grandfather's name carries more weight in Australia than
no, it does.
it does. It does. I was like, what? You know, and I was like, oh yeah, we did meet a lot of Australian diplomats when I was a kid. I guess that relationship was. I guess they had a really good relationship with him. The Australian consulate had a really great relationship with him.
Well, there's a lot of Chinese people that live in Australia. They're actually a very large minority in Australia.
Yeah. But like the diplomats were all like, they're all like white guys with with families, occasionally children. I remember one of them, but then again, I do remember one of them lived across the hall in from them in Huayan Xingchong, which is just like this mountain area. They lived in the same building, literally across the hall. And I'd never put it together. And when that guy moved, very soon after he left, we went to a dinner with the next Australian ambassador. But it wasn't like, but because it's between two small countries, it's not super formal. It's like, no, let's just go to an expensive restaurant. Well, like you could tell you're at a fancy restaurant, but it's not like a formal event. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm the ambassador. I'm on an expense account. You get me a thing. The consulate is going to set up the reservation. I want it here, and I want to meet Jimmy Shen. Because apparently he was the guy to talk to, not in terms of direct political influence, but in terms of what should my expectations be?
I think the best thing was that not at my current job, at the last school I was at, there was this old Chinese woman, this older, like she's like in her 60s, 70s maybe, in her like mid 60s, like a Chinese woman who I got along with very, very well. And I found out she was Taiwanese specifically.
Ooh, yeah.
And I was just like, oh wait, you're from Taiwan. She's like, yes, I'm from Taiwan. We started talking for a little, and we started talking for a little bit, and I was just like, it's interesting. One of my best friends is Taiwanese, and she goes like, oh really? And I'm like, yeah, you probably know of his family. And she went, why? Who's
yeah. Well, because all Taiwanese know each other,
Well, no, exactly. And she's like, why? Or something like, who's your friend? I was like, my friend is the grandson of Hua Shen. Like, I used like the
yeah.
And she just went like, what? And she was like, wait. she was like, no, you must be mistaken. I'm like, no, no,
Yeah.
and she was very intrigued. She was like, how the hell do you know who that
Fate. Fucking fate. Well, like
is?
it's also uh my situation is also a little extra, even above and beyond that, because the other thing, the other really important, my grandfather was Chiang Kai-shek's English interpreter.
Yes.
I have a direct tie to Chiang Kai-shek.
Yes.
That puts you on an even shorter list. You know, when they really start looking. Of course, the irony is when we went to Taiwan, I was like, okay, this might take a little longer, but it's going to be for a completely different reason.
The- well, but that's the thing, right? And then so you you know how like a lot of people try to get to the airport like about an hour before boarding.
Yes.
I now get there 2.5 hours earlier.
Yeah. I tried to be there 2 hours earlier as well.
Because like this, but also you must remember there's probably conflating data that the government has on me because there's this. And then also, I am a card carrying and registered member of the International Workers' Party.
Yeah.
So, it, eh, they're, someone's probably looking at these two pieces of information and going, wait,
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah. Anyone who understands the geopolitical situation is going to look at that a little cross-eyed. You know, like if I was from China, they would ironically have fewer questions.
Oh, Kevin Higgins asked, "Who was he interpreting for?" His
Chiang Kai,
grandfather.
my grandfather was
Yeah,
the interpreter for Chiang Kai-shek, ruler of Taiwan. He was president of Taiwan during the entire period of martial law.
he's the founder of Taiwan
Mm-hmm.
as an independent nation.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And the thing that made my grandfather so famous in diplomatic circles was that he understood Americanisms. He understood American culture and what certain things meant.
So the fact that he also became the American ambassador makes a lot of
It
sense.
makes a huge amount of sense.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. And it's funny because he got that job because Chiang Kai-shek's wife was American Chinese. She was American.
Well,
and
your grandfather your grandfather had a very good relationship with women.
oh yeah.
He had
That
a
was
very good
yeah, he
relationship.
did. He told me when you talk to people of power, get to know the wife.
Yeah.
You get to know the wife because that's your direct line. That is your direct line, and they tend to be a little bored. So if you become friendly with them, they'll talk to you. And that's a way to play, and that's one way you play the diplomatic game. He's also like, I had a trick too. But he wouldn't tell me what the trick was. My grandmother had to tell me. And I was like, okay, so what was Yeye's trick? And she was like, oh, he would tell her a dirty joke. Especially, and he would do this in a language that he knew she understood, but most of the people at the table didn't.
Oh, in English?
In English, or
like a
yeah,
regional
or
dialect,
like
right?
regional dialect. He actually knew a few languages.
Mm.
But because he was a Chinese diplomat who spoke English, very little accent, by the way. The only thing that carried over in his accent was some of the mannerisms. Like the old Asian guy's tendency to go, mm,
Oh,
like
oh,
those sorts of mannerisms. That had nothing to do with
oh,
accent, but has everything to do with like those cultural semiotics of language.
oh.
He
Wait,
had some of those. He had some of those.
did he have the? I have to ask, when he spoke English, did he have the? Did he ever accidentally have like the Mandarin lilt? Like the
No, my
like
grandmother did. My grandmother did, but he
you, you, you
didn't.
you know the one I'm talking about, the one that's like, whoa, that one,
Yeah. My grandmother
the
did that a lot. She did that a lot. She also has very little accent, but she does have some of those. My grandfather, he sounded more like the martial arts master is sick of your shit. You do that a lot. That was a noise he made a lot. Like, mm. I could totally have seen him like when I first watched Triad Election, the first one, the old dude, the really old guy, the really old fat guy who's like, just playing mahjong in the parlor the whole time, but who's like
yes,
the boss. I was like,
yes.
no, that was my grandfather. That's the way he behaved. That's the way he was.
Fucking, oh my god, no, we've got the was it the older men in my community like have the very stereotypical like Romani noise of
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah,
We've got the very
yeah. Which is also
uh,
shared in Yiddish.
and then, oh, and then of course there's the
Uh, yeah, yeah. I noticed that a lot of, not surprisingly, but a lot of Romani, there are a lot of Romani mannerisms that are shared with Yiddish mannerisms.
not surprising.
Yeah, not surprising at all, you know. But I always thought it was very, very interesting because it's like the intersection of two communities, which,
There's there's
yeah, Kevin
this
Higgins is like very Eastern European. Yeah,
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 yeah. There's this, and there's this beautiful thing though. There's this beautiful thing with Romani gypsies that we do. There's this beautiful thing that happens that I it's a holdover from India. It's a holdover from India, which is the like which is something that like mothers, aunts, and grandmother, well, more aunts and mothers, honestly, uh can do, which is the hey, like
yeah,
the underhand up slap to the head. Like somehow the hand goes like this, and yet somehow this part of your head
yeah,
goes,
yeah, yeah,
and you're
yeah.
how the hell did you do that?
Yeah, it's like being an abuela and the chancla man. Like
Oh no, we don't fuck with the
you don't
sandal.
you don't fuck with that sandal. Like there are a lot of Asian
My
communities that have that too, but uh,
my mother, once, the clothing carousels that are in department stores, like the carousel racks, the
yeah,
round
yeah, yeah, the
circular
circular
racks.
ones that you spin around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and you would hide in them as a kid.
Yes, yes.
There was one time when like I wasn't just like, it wasn't just that I was like sitting down hiding in one, but being quiet, because that would be one thing. I was going back and forth and being an obnoxious little shit.
Right.
And so my mother grabbed a hold of me. She looked around, made sure no one was there, and then pushed me into one, and then slipped off her shoe, stuck her arm in, and beat the shit out of me, and put the shoe back on.
Oh my god.
No.
The stealth sandal. Oh my god.
No. It gets worse. I came out crying the other end, like, and she legit like, it's like, oh, Shovel, baby, what's wrong? Oh, are you okay? What's wrong? What happened? In front of the people, and in my head, I'm just like, this bitch is gaslighting.
Did the invisible sandal monster who knows when you've been naughty get you?
Fucking gaslighting my 4-year-old ass.
Yeah.
In front of...
Yeah. Oh man. Jack is part Chinese, part what else? Western European. Mainly British, but also French and Irish. My mother's family had an Irish last name, which is Colleen. So when I say Irish, I actually mean it. It's not like bullshit. Oh, and I'm part Irish. Like,
yeah,
maybe, like no, quite directly. They're named after. They take their name from a town in Ireland. Which named itself after a word that means a family that has big fights over little matters.
I am and fuck it, just because we're asking questions and answering them. I am half Romani on my mother's side, and then on my father's side, it is a mixture of English, Irish, and German. So that's a thing. If you actually, something fun. If you know, it's like, hey kids, who out there likes eating meat? I'm sure quite a few of y'all like eating meat. I'm sure a few of you like hot dogs and bologna and ham and
DeCrane is like, that was my mom's name too.
Well, damn.
Are we related?
That'd be hilarious. But here's a question: does either you, Jack, or anyone in the chat know the Loeffler's meat company, like Loeffler's, Red Hot Set? Okay.
Yeah, it's not that big in California, but I know it. Yeah.
The Loeffler brothers were my great grandfather Kramer, who was the one who was like directly from Munich. My great grandfather Kramer, the Loeffler brothers who started the company, were his apprentices in his butcher shop.
Oh, you're a Houlihan? No, I'm not a Houlihan. What the? No. My mother's family was named Killeen. Oh! You were talking. Oh, DeCrane is your last name. You were talking to somebody else. Oh, okay. Never mind. All good.
Okay.
All good.
But yeah, like the Loeffler brothers were my great grandfather's apprentices in his butcher shop, and when he retired, and his daughter, my grandmother, was like, I don't want to fucking do that. I don't want to take over that business. He gave it to them, and all those recipes that the company still uses today are my family's recipes.
Oh.
Yes.
That's cool.
I think so.
That's real cool. Yeah.
I think so. It's, it's a small thing, but
yeah. The big meat supply like thing, I don't know what you call it. Like, what do you call those places?
like
the ones the places that make deli meat, but it's not like the Oscar Mayer stuff. It's or the Bootig or the it's like they're sold under a brand and it's considered like reasonably high quality.
Are you asking for the company name or
No,
the?
not well, no. Like what you call that particular type of company.
Oh, like that's the thing.
Because the big one around here is called Boar's Head.
Oh yeah, Boar's Head is big up here too, but no, there is a neat there is a name for when like a butchering company is that large. There is a name for it. I just can't. Shit, I can't.
Yeah.
Why can I not think of this? It's like there is a name for when a butchering company becomes a specified like meat like distributor. Like this is a thing. I
Yeah. And
just
they've
can't.
got like a particular brand of what they're selling. That garners a good reputation. Or that garners some form of individual reputation,
Yeah,
but
I just can't think of it for the fucking life of me.
yeah, I can only think of like a meat provider.
But
Yeah, because it's not butchers, because a butcher could just be uh the shop a shop where the meat is
it's
processed
prepared.
is
Yeah,
processed,
yeah.
like that's definitely part of the business, but that's not necessarily what the business itself is called. um
But yeah,
I forget, but anyway, yeah, but my point was that Boar's Head's the big one in this part of California.
like it used to be.
Yeah, might be Meat Packer.
I mean, no, a meat packing plant. Yeah, a meat packing
Yeah,
plant. I think.
yeah.
But yeah, it used to be that up around like here up in Jersey, like the two big ones for a long time were Taylor and and Loeffler's. Like those were the two big ones. And then
Ah.
you know Taylor Hams, famous for pork roll. Because god damn it, it's called pork roll. It's not called Taylor Ham. Don't believe any of those people from up the north part of our state. They're weird. We don't talk to them.
Oh my god. What was the name of that reminds me of uh my the Countess's old boss. Um but I can't remember what the guy's name was off the top of my head. Um Fuck. No, not the IGS poll. This is the guy in charge of the field poll. Went back when that was a thing.
Oh, Kevin Higgins, you're a Philly Jersey guy? Okay. Question. Do you currently live in Jersey or in Philadelphia? I think I think like I guess like the more historically relevant thing that the European side of my family did was that my ancestors owned Warwick Castle in England for about 500 to 600 years. So I guess that's a bigger thing.
Found it.
I just
Yeah, found it. Her boss, her like Uber boss,
mhm.
was Mark DiCamillo, who was head of the field poll for decades. He came from a family that is actually very well known in the Niagara area.
Okay.
His family, Italian family, they own a family bakery named after them, the DiCamillo Bakery, and they are
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I know that family. Okay.
Yeah. And the thing that they specialized in was scones. They specialized in scones. And so every other year we get a big tin of scones from his family's bakery. Now obviously he didn't have much to do with the family bakery. He's in San Francisco. That bakery is in the Niagara area. But we still get one. They're pretty good. You know, they're pretty good. They're better than the ones you got at Starbucks, definitely. Because they had that perfect, like, they were still a little bit soft, but they didn't crumble in coffee.
Oh, like it's like
Yeah, and they had a biscotti that is the same way. Just a little soft and didn't completely dissolve in coffee. I know. I was like, damn, these are actually pretty good. You know?
I make them love and the biscotti. I love that shit. It's so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
so good. Ukraine saying owning a bakery would be awesome. I'll raise you one. I'll raise you one. Not owning the bakery, but being close familial friends with the family that does own a good bakery. Because then you reap all the reward and have to do none of the work. And that's even better. I don't know how well it's known outside of New Jersey, but in Trenton, New Jersey, there's a very famous institutional, like, small bakery called Italian People's Bakery. I think it eventually became like a chain. Like, there's a couple, but like the original one's in Trenton.
Mm-hmm.
And my friend Anthony Gigliotti, him and his family ran that.
Oh.
And Jack, so good.
Yeah.
Do you know the joy? Do you know the joy, Jack, of a tiny old woman who barely speaks English shuffling out from around the corner just to go, look at you, good boy.
Oh, hey, I'm Chinese, man. Yes.
And then hands you a still warm loaf of rosemary olive oil bread. It's so good, Jack.
Yeah. Not the rosemary bread specifically, but whatever it is they make. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's wonderful. That's something I really like about Taiwan in the more rural areas. You know, and when I say rural, and if you're an American, you think of a big flat land. But in Taiwan, the rural areas are all on the shore and in the mountains. And when I say mountains, I mean mountains. Like, half of Taiwan looks like it came out of a Miyazaki film.
Because it did.
Because it did. Yeah, because it did. Like, all of Spirited Away is based on Taiwan.
Yeah.
Including all the people putting out baskets to get money from No Face.
How very Chinese.
I'm like, how very Chinese and how very Taiwanese specifically. Because Taiwan is where most of the culture and mysticism kind of went after the Cultural Revolution. Like, they preserved it. They kept it. So it's filled with temples. You cannot move like 500 feet without running into a temple. And if you're like, I did, you missed it.
You weren't looking.
You weren't looking. It was there and you missed it. You know, like, you know how in
Oh.
Japan there are like those little shrines and like little Gizo figures and stuff like that?
Mhm.
Yeah. Taiwan has its version of that all over the place, and you don't just find them in the countryside. You find them in the middle of the goddamn city. You know, because
Well, yes, of course, because everyone needs the blessings of the local gods and the Buddha,
yeah,
especially the businessman.
exactly. And everyone does business. You'll find the more they'll also concentrate in areas of the night market where the night market is held because, like, you know, that's the place that's got the blessing, right? That's got the power. That's got the magic. That's where the gods look over you and the great dragon throws you gold. You know?
Oh no, Kevin Higgins in the chat just did something that just proves to me beyond a shadow of a doubt that they're from Philly originally. They said fucking Johns. Don't say Johns
What's
in
the
this chat.
what's the
No.
Johns?
Johns. Okay, so
Do I need to get a coffee for this?
no,
Okay,
you
all right.
don't. You don't. It's just Philadelphia
Okay.
and the surrounding suburbs has this particular way of speaking. And one of those ways, one of those things is that every noun can be referred to as a John. John can be used as a word to replace every person, place, or thing. Hey, let me get 5 of those Johns over there. I live over in that John over there. Hey, yo, these Johns over here. Like it. When I worked for that cookie company, that local cookie company for a while. When I worked there, I literally refused service to people for using the word because it just hits me the wrong way. I just don't like it. Hey, can I get some of them chocolate chunk Johns? No, you cannot. What? Why? Because we have chocolate chunk cookies. They're called cookies. It's a word.
So that's like the New Jersey. Is that like the New Jersey hick accent thing?
Look, the thing. Look, the most universal thing about New Jersey accents and way of speaking, you know, besides the fact that when we really get fucking angry, it really comes out and it gets a little fucking,
Yeah.
Besides that, the thing about the universal New Jersey thing is the fact that the word fuck is a placeholder for anything while you're thinking.
Right. So that
It's like,
fucking thing over fucking over there.
yeah, you've heard me do that.
Yeah.
Multiple
Yeah.
times.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, yeah, can I get some of your fucking what the fuck is it? Rosary beads, Father. Yes, thank you. That shit.
Get the
Yeah.
fucking holy water. Hey, watch your fucking mouth. We're in
Oh.
fucking church.
You can't talk to the Father like that, you fucking cabron.
Don't talk. You're talking to a fucking priest here. Hey, the fucking children present. Watch your fucking mouth.
The other thing that's a very, I think it is actually a very New Jersey thing because I'm not sure if this translates completely well, like outside of like the regional Jersey, which is that you've watched The Sopranos, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. You know those inane little conversations that Paulie would always have with people? Just like
Paulie was the guy who was into trains, right?
Pauline Walnuts. He was the really superstitious guy who was he was the one who his aunt was a nun. He had the two gray streaks in the hair.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay, you know those like inane little conversations that he would instigate with everyone that made no sense and were hypercritical about details that didn't matter. Like those whole
Right.
thing, and the whole thing was like it would make people like just you would just like laugh watching it because you're like, what the fuck are you doing? You know that whole thing.
Back in my day, back in my day, you'd never fucking you'd never wear white laces on the baseball field. You know that? You look at this guy over here; he's got black laces.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
that kind of shit. Yeah.
no, yeah, that kind of shit, or like the kind of thing where like you would like complain about how someone is holding their pizza, like
Yeah,
that kind,
yeah,
like that
yeah,
kind of shit.
yeah.
We all do that. We all do that. Everyone here does that shit. We all do.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's just I don't know. It's just a fucking thing that we do. I don't know why.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man, what am I? Another cultural thing. It's from a culture I'm not. Neither of us are a part of, but like we've seen it. We've seen it. We've observed it from the outside. I was watching Josh Johnson and his whole thing of I'm gonna explain the Kendrick and Drake beef to Canadians. Not the one where he's like, Kendrick Lamar is a rapper, sir. Like not the one where he does that, but it's in a show in Canada.
You're talking the one where he talks about Nipsey Hussle.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that one. And he describes the beef between the two guys as like, you gotta understand, we don't see this much anymore. Like the hate between Kendrick and Drake.
Oh,
that's like old black man hate.
It's like this is old black man hate. You have to understand, this is the type of hate that you don't see outside of men in their 60s. This is like hate from I knew you during the civil rights movement and I didn't like you then either.
Yeah. And I was like, it was funny because like I hadn't noticed that until I had heard it mentioned that way, but I was like, oh yeah, because fucking dude's grandpa never did stop bitching about that one guy. And it's just like,
you didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, I didn't. I recognized that it was a thing, but I didn't realize that it was that specific thing.
Yes.
I was just like, yeah, old black grandpa just got grapes, right? I didn't realize.
No, there's a very specific.
Yeah, I didn't realize that it was its own brand. It's its own type.
Because that's the thing, right? All ethnic minorities, right? Like whether you're Gypsy, whether you're black, whether you're Hispanic, whether you're East Asian, whether you're Indian, it does not matter. All ethnic minorities in this country, all of our cantankerous old people have very specific forms of grudgeful hatred.
Yes.
They all do. Like like Gypsy old woman's side eye will kill you.
Yeah. It does psychic damage, man.
It will kill you.
There is a reason where if she does that to her husband, there's a good chance he will just shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I've seen my grandmother do it. It was terrifying.
Yeah, I That's yeah, those kinds of things weren't as common in my families. They didn't have that particular power. On my dad's side of the family, however, a lot of charisma, a lot of charm, you know. And on my mother's side of the family, a lot of screaming, which is not as powerful. You know, it is not as powerful as the screaming. You do not feel the hand of the ancestors coming down. You know, but that side eye, it's like me and all the generations before you are displeased. I am very used to old Chinese guy hate. That is to be avoided at all costs. Holy crap. Because I don't know how to describe it. There is a thing they do that communicates, oh, I'm not going to start anything. But make no mistake, I have murder on my mind.
And
I am thinking of vengeance, and I could do it. I might do it. So back the fuck up. You know, and I don't know. You see it in you see it in movies. You see it in Asian action films. But it's so subtle that even if you're used to it, you can miss it. It's not like Black Grandpa, who you mention somebody and then all of a sudden they let it be known, right? You know, it's like, oh yeah, that's Jerry's kid. Motherfucking Jerry. You know, remember 10 years ago, you know?
Grandpa, no, not again. Shut up.
Shut up, you know? No. This is like, it's a simmering. It's a simmering. And then when they're out of earshot, and after they've done with that, they turn to the nearest next generation. They go to the youngest generation that is closest to them. And he goes, that man. And then they start telling you about them. You know, and sometimes it's just like, he smiles. 5 sons. 3 women. And you're just like, oh. They almost always start to sound like mob bosses about it. It's weird. You know, the nicest Chinese guy runs into the guy he hates. Minute that guy's out of earshot, that man screwed half the merchants here. He's cheap. He talks big, but he is cheap. And then they just go back.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait, what just happened?
I love the. I feel that you'll understand what I mean. No, you definitely will. I love the smiling, underhanded bitchiness of Chinese women.
Oh.
Hi, yeah.
Yeah.
you ugly son of
The
bitch.
bitch. You know, yeah.
I
Whoa.
love
Whoa.
this.
my Aunt Cynthia and my Aunt Joyce were the masters of that shit. You know,
And
my grandmother wouldn't do it in front of people. She would not do it in front of people, but you could always tell when she wanted to. But then again, she was a very diplomatic lady. Very diplomatic lady. You were never, if she was, she's a woman who, if she was going to kill you, you were never going to know.
and that's why she would have been at the top of the Emperor's ballot.
Oh, good God, yeah.
Ah.
Good God, yeah. I'm like every time I see like in triad election, whenever there's like that really, whenever there's like the matriarch who's like super in control,
Mhm.
yet at the same time acts like her enforcers are all her children or her nephews. I'm like, no, that's my grandmother. That's how she was. You
My-
know,
Mm.
it's just that the
Love-
mob boss would go a step further. It's like, oh, that is Wang's child. Oh, disappointment. I hope nothing bad happens to him. And then that's where my grandmother would stop.
And you would
The
just be
mob boss would be like, would be a shame if someone exposed his infidelity and used that. That's the part she wouldn't say. That's the part she wouldn't say. But you'd be there going, you'd be waiting for it, right? But that's where she would stop and then change the subject. You
But
know,
your aunts would just straight up go there.
well, they would, yeah, oh yeah.
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 No, my favorite.
Don't get, but of course they would always, preface it with like, but don't get into any trouble.
My favorite actually Chinese grandmother trait is one that is seen amongst more modest families,
Yeah.
which is the we all know the more like middle to working class, even to farming Chinese grandmother. She wakes
Oh,
up
yeah.
she wakes up really early to go to the open market to get everything fresh to make all the meals for the day at once. She walks back through the park to wave at her friends who are doing Tai Chi.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Like,
yeah.
like you
Like-
wake up at like 7 a.m. and she's already come back from the grocers. And you're like,
exactly.
what? She's already cooking breakfast with what she bought.
But my favorite trait of that kind of grandmother, that type of Chinese grandmother, my favorite trait is the mixture of I love you mixed with browbeating while being served food. I love that.
I've seen it. I know exactly what you're talking about. My grandmother didn't do that, but
no, but
I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen in
yeah.
other families. Yes.
It's like, Li Cheng, come sit down. Why aren't you? You're going to be late for work. Hey, don't run. Come sit, have breakfast. Your girlfriend, you've been together 5 years. Why no marriage? Yet?
Yeah.
Why no marriage yet? Tonight you bring her here for dinner. I'm making pork trotter. You bring her here for dinner. What? We're not good enough for her? Bring her here.
Yeah.
Don't talk with your mouth open. Eat your food.
Yeah,
That whole thing.
breakfast in my grandparents' house was actually very quiet.
Mm.
Although they would always inquire as to what they were reading. Because my grandfather would be reading the newspaper because he was a newspaper man. One of the things he was, on top of everything else, was he's a newspaper man, and so he always read the paper, and he was like, ugh, ugh, ugh. Drought's still very bad. Still very bad. Oh, what do they say? They're like, all-time low. Like this is the thing I always thought was interesting about my grandfather. He in English, he would often state facts with very little connective tissue. Very little linguistic connection material. Like if there was a series of things, he would not say blank, 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 and. He would just say blank, 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 blank. And I could tell where that came from because there is no and in Chinese.
Yeah, no, it would be as if he were speaking a transliterated version of how he would be speaking Mandarin.
Exactly. Anything that was part of a proper name, he would always say. But that's because Mandarin works that way.
Well, I'll tell you.
It's always like it's like you almost always put the person's title or job or profession before their name when speaking about them properly. Like Butcher Yang or Driver John, Yes. Yeah.
This is actually my favorite thing of consuming Chinese media that I've picked up on. Actually, I'm just like, oh, everyone is known by the title of who they are in relation to the rest of everybody else.
Yes. Yeah. So if he was just waking up or tired, instead of saying, instead of saying John the driver, he's like, Driver John will be here at 8 a.m. He will say like, Driver John here, 8 a.m.
Yeah, it's funny. It kind of goes along with you can even see it in like you even see that well, of course you see that like with it has to do with like you see that like in like Chinese nobility because it has to do with like proper respect of title and stuff like that. But you also see that you even see that in like in the mythology.
Yeah.
Which I think is funny. Like God, I cannot remember his name. Like Zhongdi Zhangwu, right? He is like literally like Zhongdi. He's like the great god.
Yeah.
Zhan Wu. His name is Zhan Wu. He was like a shaman. Specifically, Zhongdi Zhan Wu is the god of shamanism in China.
Yeah,
he is the originator of Chinese Taoist shamanism.
Yeah. Japan does that same convention too. Yeah. That's why you'll often see like Shaman King name. Yes. And shit like that. Yeah, China does the same thing.
Or how God, I cannot remember the deity son's name, but that like there's that one deity who he's also like really big with like Taoist magic, but he was like his father like cut his own head off and then he got like resurrected.
Yes. Yeah.
How his father, who is also deified now, is literally referred to as Great Heavenly General holding the pagoda.
Yes.
That's literally just his name. Is just the Great Heavenly General holding the pagoda. And whenever you see him, he's a large, long-bearded man in the most regal military uniform, just inexplicably holding a golden pagoda.
Yeah, because he's literally the one who holds up the golden pagoda,
Yeah. Yeah, it's oh god, it's so fucking funny. Oh, no, I'll tell you, my favorite part of my speaking of like morning rituals and shit. My favorite part of my morning ritual is something that happens at work, and do you know what it is?
What?
I do this every day. There's a coworker of mine. She is my best work friend. I love her. She's slightly older. She's in her 60s. But she's a little Armenian woman. And of course, the little Armenian woman and the large Romani person found each other at work. Of course they did. Um, so what happens now, every day before our work actually begins, we come in early. We go down to like our like office space, our like department space, and I will make Turkish tea and she will
Oh
break
yeah, yeah. You told me about her. Yeah.
yeah, I will make Turkish tea and she will break out biscuits that she has brought, and we will sit and we will bitch about everyone and everything in like hushed tones, like
Yeah, 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 yeah.
It is my favorite part of the day.
Yeah, that I don't. There's a Chinese proverb, and I like it because it is both true and mean.
Oh, that's the best kind of.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's this. Every community, the well-being of a community always rests squarely upon the shoulders of one person everyone loves to hate.
You know, that's that's very true. We have one. That's very true.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Our hatred of this individual, our deep disliking of this individual really just kind of unite the rest of us, going like, oh my god, can you believe that bullshit?
Yeah, yeah. I love the way this one author, Barry Hewart, used that phrase in his novel Bridge of Birds, which is a great novel. It is a great story because it's one of those few times where it's like Big Trouble in Little China, where you're like, oh my God, the white guy gets it. Like, he got it. He got Chinese storytelling, like down to just a T, you know? And when he's describing these two guys, he is like, this small village deeply agreed. It is deeply agreed in China that the well-being of a village rests squarely on the shoulders of a person that everyone loves to hate. This village, however, was special because they had two. Or like this no, it was this village is especially blessed because they have two.
That's amazing. I love that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Barry Hewart, The Bridge of Birds. It's I cannot believe he is not Chinese. I do believe he is married to a Chinese woman, but like even still, like it's still quite a feat to be able to write a story in the style of a Chinese fairy tale and nail it so completely. You know, yeah, yeah. John Carpenter also nailed it. You know, because I think what it is you have to start with the assumption.
Did John Carpenter nail it?
Oh,
Did he?
He did with a fucking hammer, man. But you have to come at it from the position that fairy tales are real and everyone knows it.
Yeah, of course.
You know, Like, they may not have experienced it, but they know out there or wherever you're going or wherever you're pointing to, it's there.
You know, it wasn't actually a horror movie that I think beautifully illustrates that point is now I know it wasn't internationally, the reception wasn't necessarily great, but domestically I know it was greatly appreciated in Taiwan, was the tagalong, the one about like the little girl in red, like the mountain spirit ghost who
Oh,
like follows
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because legitimately, there's no arguing about the fact that this is happening. Everyone just accepts
everyone's
that it's
just like,
happening.
oh shit, you're being followed by like the angry mountain spirit, or whatever, let's see.
I love that like even in the beginning they even like I think it's called like a sunim or a suyim. It's something like that. But it's but they point out like at the beginning of the movie that it's like, yeah, it like takes the form of either a small child or a weird monkey. It's like one of the two.
Yeah.
And they combine that imagery in the little girl in red, which is funny. But yeah, just like fucking like just right away, it's just automatically accepted. Like the only argument that happens about it in the film is not whether or not that spirit is real, but the only argument about it that happens in the film is after the grandmother goes missing initially. When the guy's grandmother first goes missing, one of like the neighboring women goes like, why would she be taken by one of those spirits? They're up in the mountains. She's down here in the village. I don't understand. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
That's the only argument about it. Not whether or not the thing is real.
Not whether or not it exists, but why is it doing this thing it shouldn't be doing?
Yeah, why is it this spirit? To which there is an answer given in the film, but I love that that's the only argument about it.
because if there wasn't a thing like that, there'd be no problem. It would just be over there. It would just be over there doing its thing and just being like, oh yeah, don't. Like warning someone about like an evil spirit or a demon is almost like warning somebody about a rabid grizzly bear. Like no one fucking questions whether there's a rabid grizzly bear over there. You would just take that at face value.
The question becomes, why is it here?
But why is it here? Like, yeah, exactly. And you're like, oh, we got to find out. And that's when like the occultist or the shaman or the sorcerer comes in. They got to track it down. Why is it doing a thing it's not supposed to be doing?
Fucking Uncle Kung, the old security officer, setting off the fucking firecrackers everywhere to try to scare the ghost away.
Yeah. Just like, well, yeah.
That's what you do.
Yeah. Like he has to. He doesn't have a lot of knowledge, but he knows this. Like because that's the other thing.
What was it that one part where like he's going through the house like with like the incense and the fucking bamboo leaf with the Kuan Yin water?
Yes.
And yes, that's right. I fucking know a Kuan Yin.
Yeah.
Just fucking
the water of the Lady of Mercy.
Exactly. Just like, oh, gods of the netherworld, gods of the mountains, help us.
Yeah. Because
so
like in.
And then at the very end, he's like, remember, and this part's very important. Repeat after me. Fuck you! Get out!
Fuck you! Get out, ghost! Yeah. It's because in a Chinese fucking story, they start by calling the exorcist in. That's where it starts.
Well, yeah, because why wouldn't you just get that over with? Why
Yeah,
wouldn't
none of
you?
this, well, there might be an argument about whether there's a logical explanation, but the move is not to ignore it. The move is to get the magician in. Because, and if everyone knows, for example,
Mhm.
if in a Chinese story you were being attacked by a traditional modern vampire,
Mhm.
they start with holy water.
Well, that's why so many of them survive.
Yeah. They'll start with the holy water. They'll start with the garlic. They're like, well, everyone knows, that silver will kill a werewolf. They will just immediately get all the silver and arm themselves. Why? Well, A, it's something we can do. And B, look, I don't know if this shit is real, but if it is, why have the argument?
Oh, speaking of Taoist exorcism and magic,
Mm-hmm.
I am currently learning a thing that I'm a little proud of myself. I'm currently learning a sub-discipline of Taoist occultism that I don't think even you know how to
That is very possible.
do. I am learning about the anatomy, construction, and how to craft food. The paper talismans.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yes. It is.
Oh.
It is. I love very much the fact that the person who I am learning this from is being very practical and going, listen, here's what you have to understand. I'm like, okay, cloud writing. And I'm just like, what?
Oh.
And I'm just like, what the hell is and she's like, this woman I'm learning this from is going like, okay, is going, okay, look, you know how some food talismans, when you see them, you go, oh, some of them are just straight up written in Chinese. And I'm like, yeah. And then you look at them, and some of them are, you're like, okay, that's probably written in Chinese, but it's done in such a like a stylized
Yeah,
way that
it's basically Chinese cursive.
yeah, that's like it's like near impossible to read if like the hand is a little too erratic. And I'm
Yeah.
like, yes. And she's like, okay. And you know how then there are the some that look like the weirdest combinations of swirling lines, and I'm like, yeah. And she's like, okay, that's called cloud writing. And I'm like, what the fuck is cloud writing? And writing, and I'm just like, I love this. I love this because she actually told me what it is. And apparently it's like, it's okay. It's, you start off writing the decree that you're writing on the fu in Chinese, and then literally purposely make the lines so broken up and wavy that it looks like a gust of air.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh, so. And I'm like, and
yeah,
then I go,
it's
wait,
the equivalent of Chaos Magician like sigil creation.
yeah,
You
no,
basically you
exactly.
condense everything down to a particular shape and then make it look like magic. You know?
Yeah, no, exactly. And this was, and I felt so much better about learning this when she phrased it to me this way. When she said, "Look, you, any food that you make after I teach you how to make these are not going to look like anyone else's, and that's okay because no one's looks like anyone else's. Because this either in Taoist sorcery, either every single magician has their own style of doing it, or if it's one of those snobby people that belongs to a lineage, that's how she
Right,
actually did
right,
it.
right.
She actually said a lineage. And I was
Lineage.
like,
Yeah.
things that make me know I found the right person to tell me. you know, and she said like in that case then like the lineage has a certain way that they teach their students how to make it, but otherwise no one's is going to look the same. And I'm like, and I asked her, is there a point to that? And she went, well, yes, because if you see another magician's fu and you don't know what it says, you don't know how to counteract it. And I'm like, that's brilliant.
Yeah. It's yeah, and it's best done with brush.
Yes, absolutely.
You
It's
know,
very
because
much so.
that gives it that extra like fucking occult look, magical look, and to do
No,
it,
it really
yeah,
does.
and to do it with as few strokes as possible without leaving the
Yes.
paper,
Yes, absolutely yes. And she showed me how to so you know how like there's generally like two main types of food. There's like the long strip paper where everything is written
Yep.
vertically.
Yeah.
And then there is like the square paper where things are divided into like smaller squares and things written in the individual squares.
Yeah.
So
I'm
on
less
that,
familiar with that, but yeah.
but you've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
She showed me this one that I thought was so interesting, which was that it was it was divided into 9 squares. It was divided into 9 squares. In the center is a giant round glyph of the sun.
Okay.
But then in each square, 9 times is written the Chinese character for sun. And she was like, this is very,
Okay.
and she was like, and this is very important. I said, why? And she's like, because there's 36 suns on this thing. And I went, yeah. And she's like, 6 plus 3, 9 in 9 squares. Chinese numerology, 9.
Yeah.
Divine
It's
power.
yeah.
Very big.
Yeah, it's it's like Sudoku,
Yeah. And then like around it there's there were 4 characters in
Yeah,
seal
and 9
script.
is a big number. That's a big,
Yes.
powerful number.
No, exactly. And then like around the central sun there were 4 things in what's it technically called? Seal script.
I actually don't know
Where
what that is.
have you Seal script is do you know when it's like it's Chinese characters, but it's written in that kind of oddly flowy kind of like primitive way that they did like during the Qing dynasty.
Oh,
the
okay. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah, like the kind that you see like on on like old fashioned like red ink stamps and shit like that.
Yeah.
That's called seal script because it was written specific.
Oh, because it's
Yeah.
supposed to be drawn on the seal.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Got it.
And also it was like used to write like royal decrees during like the times of like the King Emperor.
Yeah. I'm so bad at that. I don't know which way is up. I was literally signing my name upside down for years.
Oh. But but I get how that would happen because characters. I get how.
Yeah. Because even if I know what things look like in modern Chinese, that's not what it looks like on that little chop.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's
really
different.
Yeah, it's really not. And she's gonna teach me how to make my own chop, my own like actual like seal. To like officially designate all my talismans with, and I'm just like, yeah.
If man is 5, the devil is 6, God is 7, then who is 8 and 9? Okay, so I know it's a Pixies reference, but in Asia, if we were doing this, if man is 5, And the devil is 6. Fortune is 7. Heaven is 8. And 9 is the big Mooka. The big muckety muck.
I actually have notes here. The number 9 historically associated with the Emperor of China.
Yeah.
Number frequently used in matters relating to the emperor before the establishment of the imperial examinations. Officials were organized in the 9-rank system. The 9 bestowments were rewards the emperors made for officials of extraordinary capacity and loyalty. The 9 familial exterminations was one of the harshest punishments that the emperor could sentence you with. The emperor's robes often had 9 dragons in Chinese mythology, held that the dragon has 9 children. Also, the number 9 sounds like "xiu" in Cantonese.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10. Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And which sounds like so 9 "zhu" sounds like "zhu," which means long lasting. Yes, which means long lasting. And
immortality. That
yeah.
9 is immortality. That's the word I was reaching for.
Yeah. It's immortality because it's the and all used in it's immortality, but also when used in magical purposes, it also gives the decree of heaven. Because well,
that's where the immortals are.
Yes. And it's the symbol, it's the number of the emperor and immortality, which means it's also the number of the Jade Emperor, the son of heaven.
The big guy, who, as it turns out, must follow the Book of Heavenly Etiquette. He must follow it to the letter. Because the minute he deviates, he loses his mandate and is replaced. And in Chinese historical mythology, this has happened twice. This has happened twice before, where the King of Heaven has fallen and he has been replaced.
Well, yeah, because
the Jade Emperor, I think, is the most recent.
Because, and I think a lot of people don't really remember this, is because technically, and I'm not saying, oh, Buddha, I'm not saying that, but there's technically, within the Taoist cosmology specifically, there's technically a force that's greater than the Jade Emperor, and that's the three primordials.
Yeah.
And they're above even the Jade Emperor. They don't really take form a lot. They
do in Journey of the West, but for the most part, they don't.
Yeah, no, they prefer to be incorporeal. They will take a form to talk to people if they have to, but they like to kind of be.
Yeah. They prefer to be like these great primal forces.
Yeah.
Cause they can speak to you, they can personify themselves, but they generally choose not to.
Because I believe technically they're the personifications of like yin and yang separately and then also combined, I think.
No. It's oh fuck. One of them is human.
Oh, they're the embodiments of the Taoist trinity of heaven, earth, and man.
Yeah, what is above the Jade Empire? Oh, the 3 primordials, and after a certain point in history, the Buddha.
Mm-hmm.
The Buddha is above all. Once he starts showing up, he is above all. He is the pinnacle. He is the everything. If Buddha says no, that's a law of the universe at that point. There is literally no changing it.
Now, the great thing about Buddha is that he very rarely just flatly says no.
Yeah, almost never.
However, he will make suggestion.
He'll make suggestions. He will put obstacles in your way that directly result to your suffering. That's what he does with the Monkey King.
I think what I think is very funny is I think it's very funny that like Theravada Buddhism tried very very hard to separate the teachings of the Buddha from Hinduism, and then Mahayana Buddhism essentially just makes Hinduism again,
Yeah,
but with
yeah,
Buddha.
yeah, yeah. It's really fucking interesting.
It's very funny to me. I kind of like that. Like as a Hindu, there's kind of something inside me that goes like, "Ha! Can't get away from
Oh
this."
yeah. Whereas, yeah, it's a very different way of dealing with it than what the Chinese did. Which is
Yeah.
what the Chinese did is they just put Buddha on top of the whole pile. Yeah, and they kind of called it in a way, kind of called it a day. You know,
But the thing that makes that possible is the fact that that the Buddhism that's popular in China is Mahayana style
yes,
Buddhism.
yes,
So we can do that. It's very interesting. Like
yeah. It's Manahana Buddhism, but also on the rebound, after it got to Japan and then spread out from there, it it coexists easily with Zen Buddhism.
well, Zen is a form of Mahayana Buddhism. It is a form of that.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
because
just kind of with a lot of the gods kind of obviated.
actually no, actually.
Really?
Yeah, no. It's really interesting.
No, Buddhism came later. Buddhism came later, but then uh was when Hinduism was reintroduced
Yeah.
to India, it revolved around Buddha as opposed to some of the things it was revolved around
okay.
before.
So what we're saying here is that so Hinduism is like the oldest still practiced organized religion on the planet, and so it is older than Buddhism. The Buddha Siddhartha Gautama, or the Buddha that we recognize, because that's the great thing
Yeah,
about
Siddhartha,
Buddhism.
yeah.
Yeah, because that's the great thing about Buddhism, right? Is there's actually millions of Buddhas existing everywhere, constantly, all the time. It's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, but the one we're most familiar with is Siddhartha.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the one who bothered to stay around and teach it to other people.
Yes.
Um, so when he's born, lives, and like goes on to teach and like develop his philosophy, it, it's weird because okay, in I find this very funny. In Hinduism, Buddha is actually seen as an incarnation of Lord Vishnu. And
Yeah. Yeah.
he's he's there to fulfill two different functions according to Hinduism. The incarnation of the Buddha is there to one, dissuade animal slaughter, which he does.
Really? It's that specific.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know
in,
that. Okay.
Yeah, because in Hindu mythology, so in the Hindu mythology, in the Hindu mythological canon, what happens is okay. So you know how I've said before that in Hinduism there's like four major ages that keep rotating through each other. There's
Yes.
like a golden age. There's like a golden age, silver, like bronze and iron age that keep like revolving through each other.
Right, and the last one is the Kaliyama.
Yeah, the Kali Yuga, which is
Kali Yuga, yeah.
Yeah, which is like the dark age, which we're currently in. Fun. Makes sense. So in every turning of this four age cycle, Lord Vishnu takes 10 major, he takes many incarnations, but he takes 10 major incarnations whose purpose is to like help guide mankind through the transitions of these ages. Um, Buddha is the last. Like these are called like the Dash Avatar. Dash is 10 in Sanskrit, so Dash Avatar, 10 avatars.
Right.
Um, the last of the 10 avatars is still yet to come, and that's Lord Kalki. He is going to come at the end of the Kali Yuga, so he's not going to come for another like 35,000 years.
Right, right. But he's the one that closes it out.
Yeah, he's the one that like closes out this current dark age and begins the new golden age. That's his
Okay.
gimmick.
So everyone's kind of so that's the next big thing everyone waits for is his
Yeah,
appearance.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Um, he's kind of like
It's
the
kind of
ninth.
interesting that Hinduism has like these built-in apocalypses.
Oh yeah, but they like with the main difference being that the attitude towards the apocalypse is kind of blasé almost. It's just like, yeah, of course another apocalypse is coming, and they always come. That's
Yeah.
how things happen.
Yeah.
you know. Um. So so Buddha. So the Lord Buddha or Siddhartha Gautama the Buddha was like the last of the Dashavataar before the last. So he was the ninth one.
Okay.
He was the ninth one. And the one right before him actually was Krishna. Um,
Oh.
yeah. So in the Hindu mythology of this, um, the Lord Buddha came at a time when, like, the Kali Yuga had really kind of like kicked off, and and so the idea in like the Dark Age or the Kali Yuga is that like like sinfulness and egotism is like and like negative karma is really really raised,
Yeah.
and so it was what was being seen, and actually even like Buddhist commentators will agree that this was going on, that at the time of Buddha's incarnation, you had a lot of complete mismanagement by like very egotistical and materialist Brahmins. There was like people like committing like really horrible esoteric practices, like sacrificing animals and using their blood to like garner favor from tantric deities and like all this other shit.
Right, right, right.
And
But the Kali
and so
Yuga has been what's been going on since before all of recorded history.
yeah, that's the thing, right? So Buddha came at like a very pivotal time during the Kali Yuga. That's the thing, is that
Got it.
um and so according to Hindu mythology, Buddha came, one, to dissuade violence towards other living beings, which is why like ahimsa or nonviolence was such a big part of his teachings. And the other thing is that it's very interesting. The other thing is he's there to he's there to actually argue against the Vedic scriptures themselves, and therefore bewilder the people who are trying to use the powers of the Vedic scriptures for selfish means.
Ah.
So he bewilders people by arguing against the Vedic scriptures, and but also at the same time, it, if you look at like what Buddha actually taught, and then you look at like teachings that appear like in the Bhagavad Gita and Vedic scripture, the principles are very identical.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was about to say this is very much the like um very much like the thing in Zen Buddhism, which is I forget what it's actually called, but it's the moment of enlightenment by exploding the old way of things or the old
Oh,
ways of thinking.
somebody.
Yeah.
It's like somebody, or it's in China, in Sanskrit it's somebody, and it gets like reiterated in Japanese. It's like
Yeah, the English word
something.
for it is satori.
No, that's also the Japanese word for it, is
Oh, okay.
satori. Satori. It's like the instantaneous,
Yeah, yeah.
realization. Yeah. Uh. So yeah. So essentially, what, like, according to Hinduism, Buddha's incarnation is, one, to dissuade violence and animal slaughter, but also to argue against the Vedic scriptures, So to take power away from the people who are misusing them,
Mm.
and but also teach the path of moral righteousness without having to use the Vedic scriptures to bring more people to a spiritually upright life.
Right. Right.
Which essentially he does. Like I would argue that like what Buddha really does is technically present like yogic philosophy without having to reference the previous scriptures. He just does it through logic.
Right. Right. That's like kind of a Jesus figure in that way.
Yeah, yeah,
What
very
because
much so.
in because Jesus's whole thing was breaking with the tradition and
Mhm.
creating a new way of doing things. It was a good idea,
Yeah, yeah.
like I'll
Yeah,
give Jesus, I'll give this Jesus guy that. It was a nice idea, you
which is
know.
which is very interesting because like I always find it interesting when I come across like Buddhist practitioners and sometimes even Buddhist teachers who will say like, "Oh yes, because because the great thing about Buddha is like this older Hindu concept is completely wrong because this word means this," and I'm like, "No, that's not what that means." And then I start laughing because I'm like, "You don't realize you're secretly teaching Hinduism,"
Yeah.
which I think is very funny.
Well, ain't the language of faith in the occult like that, you know?
It really is like something that I find so funny is that I find it very funny when people misunderstand the the teachings of the Buddha as recorded originally in the Pali Canon, and they'll say like, "Oh yes, the Buddha said that there was no self," and I'm like, "No, he didn't."
That doesn't you, you can't get over yourself if there's not a self to get over.
Well, even if you argued, "Oh, actually, yes, you could," even if you try to argue that, if there's no real self, what's the point of nirvana? What's the point of achieving it if there's no self
Right,
to
right.
experience the blissful state of nirvana? What's the point? if there's
Yeah.
no if there's no what's funny about it is like the word for self, like the pure spiritual self that sits and is aware in Sanskrit is Atman. And much like like in a lot of languages, if you want to say the negation of a thing, you put like a syllable in front of the word.
Right.
So Buddha talks a lot about anatma, non-self. Buddha talks a lot about it, but he never says there is no real self. He doesn't say that. What he does is he teaches how mind isn't self. He teaches thoughts aren't self, feelings aren't self, the personality is not the self, the body isn't the self. What people misunderstand is that Buddhism, really in its original context, and when you actually understand this, it makes like all the other teachings make so much more sense. It's a via negativa. It's a vehicle of negation. Instead of trying to identify to you what the self is, Buddha shows you how to see all the things that aren't the self. And through inquiry of that, like internal meditative inquiry of that, when you've gotten rid of all the things that aren't the self, whatever you're left with, that is the self. And that's an experience. And that's where in Zen, that's where the Satori comes in.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. Oh man. All right. I'm gonna get another cup of coffee, and then I want to go back to a question that was asked in the chat a while
Oh, okay.
back that I did want to get back to. I'll be
Cool, cool,
right
cool.
back. Should I put up? Yeah, I'll put up the intermission for a bit.
All right, I'll get a
Oh,
drink.
actually, looks like there's a question that Yogi, you were in a good position to answer, which is where does ego death come into the picture? So I'll let you handle that while I get some coffee.
Okay. Ego death. So the easiest way for me to explain this is that in in the dharmic religions, in the various dharmic religions, this includes like Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Sikhi. Um, in the dharmic religions, the thing that gets translated a lot as ego is ahamkara. Now that gets translated as ego a lot, um, but it's not ego the way we think of it, because like for instance, like in Western psychology, ego is literally just like your self-awareness, so it doesn't quite translate into that correctly. Ahamkara more correctly translates into a false ego or a false sense of self, and that is the idea that you are a separate being and that your individual perceptions, feelings, personality, and existence is an entirely independent thing, and that is real. The Dharmic faiths and Dharmic philosophy argues that those aren't real, they are false. So, from a Dharmic perspective, ego death, or the negation of ahankara, is the death of that perception. It's killing the notion of your false sense of self. And it's also the death and ending of your clinging to anything and everything. and and the point of that is that the point of that is that in from a dharmic standpoint, this clinging to ahamkara, this clinging to a false sense of ego, this clinging to your projections and all this other stuff is actually the source of suffering. Um, Not to be confused with the concept of physical pain. Physical pain is just the byproduct of having a body. That's just, there's no such thing as physical existence without the dualistic push and pull between pain, pleasure, and homeostasis in the middle, right? Like that's just the result of physicality. There's no escaping that. But suffering, in the sense of like all anxieties, all mental and emotional turbulences, uh, and like that sense of suffering, um, and therefore also things like hatred, bigotry, the pain that the suffering that you the suffering of it. This is all like self-created. This is all created from the clinging to the false sense of self. Therefore, the death of such a thing brings freedom, peace, and liberation. Counterproductive pride. Yes, that's another big one. That's another big one. It's the it really is the heart of that. If you know the comedian Bill Hicks, it really is like the heart of like that bit that he gave, the whole "the world is like a ride" bit. You know, the whole like, we have people who have remembered that it's just a ride, and they come back and they tell us, "Hey, don't worry, don't be afraid ever." Why? Because it's just a ride. And then we kill those people. Shut him up. Shut him up. I've got a lot invested in this ride. Look at my big bank account and my furrows of worry and my family. This must be real. But it's not. It's just a ride. That's where that comes in. It's the idea that like that remembering it's just a ride, that letting go of those things and killing that concept is what ultimately leads to the liberation of the individual and ultimately everyone else, which is, yeah. Let's see, Decrane this body holds me. Uh, be my reminder here that I am not alone in this body holding me, feeling eternal. All this pain is an illusion. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes you're in a party, and then you will get tapped on the shoulder and told you have to leave the party. Well, yeah. Uh, and it's interesting because I find uh, I find a very important tool, especially for and that's why like I find a very important tool for this is psychedelics. Psychedelics is a very important tool for this because they're uh, they're what my guru, who was like a little 7-year old Indian man, referred to as yogi medicines. That's how he referred to them as soma and as yogi medicines. Um, to which he said, yes, no, the great thing about these is that they're like spiritual training wheels, but the problem is they are not a complete method. Which is true. Like, you take acid, you take shrooms, you can like sit in the room with Christ for a few hours, but then you have to leave. The point is to be able to develop an entire method so you can just stay in that space and just live there and be there. But that's the thing, right? Anyone who's ever taken a hearty dose of psychedelic substances will most likely have a direct experience of, oh yeah, I'm not real in the sense of me as an independent being. I'm actually just a facet of the one big thing. And my personality is just a temporary, like, it's like the wave rising on the ocean. It's this temporary manifestation. But none of that's real. The thing that is real, the thing that says I and is the pure awareness, that true self, that's real, and that's one with all of it, all of this shit. Everything else is just temporary manifestations. And I'm here to tell you that if you've had that psychedelic experience, um, the entire library of Eastern philosophy agrees with you. which is why when people which is why people might wonder, hey, why did all these like hippies and people who start doing shrooms and acid all of a sudden really get interested in Hinduism and Buddhism? Well, it's because they had this experience, and Christianity wasn't talking about that experience at the time. None of the big Western religions were talking about the experience at the time, and yet, if you turn to the Hindu and Buddhist scriptures, there's tons of examples of this type of realization.
Oh yeah.
So it's one of those things of like, oh, the mystics of the East have the road maps. Okay, I guess we'll go over there.
Oh man. You know, oh, so I wanted to
Yeah, you
circle
said
back.
there was like a question that you
Yeah,
had asked.
someone had asked, I think it was Kevin Higgins,
Mhm.
uh who asked what I thought of Carl Jung's The Red Book.
I'd be very I'd be very shocked if you tried to create a concise answer to that
It
because I
it
don't
it
think.
yeah, the only concise answer I can really give is that you are reading Carl Jung's personal book of shadows. That's what that is. That's what that is. It is him documenting his mystical experiences and trying to put them in a cohesive context in an effort to do all the things that he was doing with psychology. Do I have the coffee table version? Yes, I have. I have two different versions of the Red Book. One that is just the text, and then I have the coffee table book.
Oh, okay. Kevin Higgins asking, do you think collectivism as a concept negates or fights against the concept of the ego, aka individualism and capitalism? Okay.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Those are different questions. In my
So
opinion.
here's the thing about this, right? Now, I personally consider myself a spiritual anarcho-socialist or anarcho-communist. Um, I am a far leftist. I believe in socialism. I believe in anarchistic consensus and collectivism. I agree with people like uh, I pull a lot from Marx and Engels, but I also mainly agree with people like Peter Kropotkin and Ruth Goldman and like
Yeah, yeah.
anarchist philosophers. Um, I will say that my belief in these political systems and my disdain for capitalism does partially come from a spiritual place. Because people forget that Gandhi was a leftist anarchist and was anti capitalist and also
Hmm.
very, very Hindu.
Hmm.
It can come from that place. Now, do I believe that collectivism negates uh, negates individualism? No, I don't believe that because here's the thing, right? Now, while I did go on that whole spiel about how yeah, no, the ultimate truth is like the one big universal experience, and that like the individual is technically a false, blah blah blah. So the thing that is false is not the individual experience. The thing that is false is not in Hinduism and Buddhism and like Eastern philosophy. The thing that is false is not being here and experiencing yourself as an individual. It's thinking that that is the ultimate truth. That's the
Yeah,
falsehood.
yeah.
That's the falsehood. The You are an individual facet of like the big grand universal self, but you are experiencing yourself. But that's the thing. You are God in drag. You are the universal spirit individualing like experiencing itself through the eyes of an individual. And so is everybody else.
Hmm.
So is everyone and everything else. So that and here's the thing. What I think about that type of spirituality as well as more collectivist thoughts such as anarcho-communism and non-statist socialism and things like that, what they all kind of agree on is that the collective and the individual are equally important. They are equally important. They may be different levels of humanistic reality, but they are equally important because they are codependent upon each other. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
and like a community a strong community is made up of strong individuals, and strong individuals are made strong by a strong community. They feed into each other. So it's finding that balance between communalism and individualistic freedom and expression. It's finding the balance between the two, which is why most anarcho-socialists and anarcho-communists, that's why we tend to really not like Lenin and Mao and Stalin, because they're very, very statist and authoritarian, and they're very much about the good of the collective, but the way they set things up, um, promotes, the good of the collective by sacrificing the individual, whereas there's a large number of us on the far left that are like, no, it's actually about both flourishing
Yeah.
simultaneously.
It's funny because that example, the example of that, or an example of that, the major living example of that is actually China.
Yes.
Not so much as in terms of the government, but in terms of the way people work and live. There is a greater emphasis on personal achievement and the ability to work collectively. It's really odd. It's like you want to be the most important cog in the machine, but you have to be part of
Of
the
the
working
machine.
whole. Because if you don't do that, if you can't do that, then who the fuck cares about you? You're worthless. You're worthless to the rest of us. So I think the word I always choose when talking about collectivism versus the individual is friction. There can be friction between them, but they definitely do not negate each other. They are two things that exist that can be in friction. I don't see capitalism in particular promoting individualism except as a cultural myth
To sell a product.
to sell a product. Yeah. Because when you get right down to it, capitalism doesn't care about the individual. It cares about capital, the thing it's named after.
I pray to my holy altar that's made of the American flag and my Coors light up neon sign. Wait, what the fuck was that Bill Hicks bit? Just, just like, you are free. Your government is taking care of
You are free to do as we tell you.
tell
You
you.
are free
We're
to do as we tell
tell
you. Yeah. Yeah. I don't see capitalism as actually promoting the individual at all. I think that in its current form, it allows it as a sort of convenient fiction about itself. But it doesn't actually promote the individual because it's about taking the most. You do not promote the individual just by taking the most capital. That doesn't make any sense. How is having the most capital, how does that equal a right to being an individual? It doesn't. That was a fucking bullshit idea that was promoted largely because of Ayn Rand.
But Jack, look at my furrows of worry in my bank account and my family. It has to be real.
Like, no, man, they're all everything is an illusion. And man, one of the things that frustrates me when you say like, nah, it's an illusion, is people will try to take the materialistic approach to that. And I'm like, no, you can't take the materialistic approach to that. And by materialism, I mean materialism, as in only that which exists is real. And all illusions, and illusions by that nature do not exist. Because the philosophy of materialism is focused on material. It doesn't say anything about illusions. It just puts material in a true or false state of existence.
See, Jack and I know this because much like a mutual saint that we both pray to, Terrence McKenna, we have also been talking to the elves in
Oh
the
yeah.
in 12th dimensional space. We have been talking to them. It's quite interesting.
Yeah. It's like,
They keep trying to teach us, and,
well,
and we won't
like
listen.
materialism has nothing to say about individual experience
Which here's the
outside of
thing.
how those are formed.
Which here's the thing. As beings with internal experiences, that kind of makes up a large portion of our reality.
Mm-hmm. Because to because for example, to a second dimensional being, there is no such thing as the third dimension. It's not part of the experience. And they have no way of measuring this off the plane thing. No
We
way
know
of
it's
measuring
there.
it because they exist two-dimensionally. There is no reason to believe that existing in the third dimension is any different. There's that what is the fourth dimension? Well, nobody really knows because
I mean,
we have
technically,
some ideas.
like we know that like a big part of what the fourth dimension is like the time space like continuum. Like we know that's a big part.
Yeah,
Of
we
the
know that that's a
fabric.
part of it, but we don't know if that's the thing. Not like we understand what the third dimension is. Like, we know what the third dimension is.
Oh, I think I like Kevin Higgins because he seems to get our Bill Hicks references. I prefer Pepsi over Coke. I'm an individual.
Yeah. 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 So, back on the Red Book, though. The
Mhm.
Red Book is super interesting, but it is best read as a story of one man's self-discovery through mystical thought and the notes that he wrote down about it. Because the majority of the Red Book all stems from a single experience he had. But it was a single experience that lasted months. And after his life, he would get brief flashes of that experience. And it tells you a lot about who Jung was and what he was about and what was important to him. And it was also about his struggles with being Christian, being brought up in a Christian world, and having all of that cultural DNA in his background. Or those memes in his background, if I want to be more accurate about it, as using the actual intended use of the word meme.
I love the parts where he has to confront his own like internalized subliminal cultural anti-Semitism. That's fun.
Yeah, because he was German.
Yeah.
Because he was German, and he does talk a bit about that, particularly in the early parts of the book.
I find it very interesting that like the alt right and the fascists have kind of co-opted Jungian words and like
Yeah,
like, and like and the whole thing of like calling themselves Jungian, and I'm just like, but if you actually listen to them, it's like you're not talking about reintegrating your shadow through self-exploration, which is literally his entire thing.
yeah. His belief
You're
that the
you're
shadow, your dark side, your the stuff you hide away is important and it does something, and you should reintegrate that into the persona as opposed to trying to keep it as separate as possible. Because in keeping it as separate as possible, that creates the breeding ground of evil.
It's interesting because there's actually there's a Tibetan there's a Tibetan Buddhist ritual practice
Oh yeah, the
that
demon
is
chair ritual.
yeah, the chu, yeah, the ritual of chu, which is interesting. I've I've recently found a detailed and translated version of the red and white feast offerings of chu. So, you know, I'm gonna be taking some aids
Oh.
and experimenting with that a bit. Um,
Yeah,
but
yeah. Oh, someone's like the shadow has the greatest strength. Oh, well, yes and no. It has great strength. It is arguably not the greatest, but it is great. Because what Jung's philosophy really says is that the shadow protects the soul. That's why you want to reintegrate with it, because it is protecting the soul. But the more separation you have, the more your persona is a thing that it must defend the soul against.
because that's the thing, right? It's the idea that like the ultimate reality of it all is not that like the soul is a piece of you, but the soul is the actual you. It's the true being. It's the
Yeah,
true.
yeah, it's the truest you that
Yeah,
as individuated from anything else.
yeah. It's the highest self, spiritual, psychological, emotional, or anything else. It's the highest self, and the thing about it is that like again, and this is what it's oddly when you understand it this way, Jung's like ultimate philosophy is actually quite compatible with Eastern philosophy. Is the notion that like how to put it? It's like look, the longer you're distracted with this whole crafting of the persona and separating of the shadow and like creating these false selves and all this other shit, you're not going to actually be able to be in that mode of your highest authentic self. You're not going to be able to do it because
Yeah.
you just keep making all these.
Yeah, and you might actually get to the point where you lose it.
You know,
I mean, now that takes a lot. It takes a lot to lose your soul. But
because it's losing yourself.
yeah, because
Like,
it's
yeah,
losing yourself. That's a hard thing to lose. But occasionally someone does it.
and
It's
we
not
all
good.
and we all collect, and the entire universe collectively reels in horror.
Horror. Yeah, reels in horror. Because how could you have brought yourself to that point? Because you're the only one that can do that. You're the only one who can destroy their own soul. Why would you do that?
And that, so yeah, that's the whole point of his thing, right? Is that like, look, you need to face, confront, accept, and reintegrate your shadow. Why? Because it's keeping you in this bullshit dichotomy instead of being your most authentic self and growing there.
Yeah. Yeah, because
So,
being your authentic self is scary.
it's like how to put it? It's like, you know, the persona, the person you think you are going on the spiritual and psychological journey. It's the hero, it's the knight,
Mm-hmm.
and the soul, your true authentic being that you are meant to be, is the princess up
Yeah.
in the fucking tower.
Yeah, yeah. He very much uses that that imagery, and
Yeah.
he takes it very seriously. Not only does he take the imagery seriously,
Mhm.
he is like the gold is like the extra. What you're really trying to do is reconnect with the suppressed parts of yourself. And for every male, that will be the feminine. For everyone born male, that will be the feminine. And for every one born female, that will be the masculine.
And this is why genderqueer, non-cis, shamanistic magicians such as myself,
Mm-hmm.
we are the guardians of
Yes.
the way.
Yes. Yes, because you exist in the liminal nature between those two things.
Why do you think the two-spirit people were always the greatest shamans in indigenous cultures?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because it's the first separation you psychologically, not the first, but it's one of the earliest and most formative separations that you experience as a human being. The separation into masculine and male and female. That's one of the first separations. I mean, the absolute first separation is between you and your mother. That's the very first one. But right after comes this. And it is psychologically formative.
Now, it might sound like I'm sitting here and suggesting it might sound like I'm sitting here and suggesting that this would imply that all radically LGBT nonconformist queer people are inherently more magically and spiritually gifted.
Oh, but isn't that true?
Oh, you ruined my bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You stepped on my bit.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean
because I was going to pull an Alan Moore. I was going to say, like, it may sound like I'm saying that, and I am. And I am.
Yeah, because like it's the realization of the connection and the area between this primal separation and realizing, wait, there's a between space? And the answer is, yeah, totally. Yeah, there totally is. There totally is a between space.
I hate to play into a societal stereotype, but it's absolutely true across societies, cultures, and civilizations. I have not found a single one where this is not true. Hasn't everyone here noticed that queer people tend to take not to religion, not to like the organized hierarchical structures of religion, but hasn't everyone here noticed that queer people, we tend to take more to the ephemeral and spiritual really easily?
Oh, yeah.
How many queer people do you know? How many queer people do y'all know say that they can sense ghosts sometimes and have accurate tarot cards?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying.
It's nearly ubiquitous. Not quite. Occasionally I run into like a queer person that isn't like that. And that's when I start thinking they're from Mars. Because I'm like, I'm not used to a person of your sexuality being so divorced from the wavelength I'm on, but it happens. But it happens. Hey, gay Republicans got to come from somewhere. You know.
It's why and and the thing that gets me that gets me about it, right, is that like it's so true on so many levels. Like even if we go to China, even if we go to China, it's absolutely true. Because okay, Jack, who's the most powerful and popular bodhisattva in China?
Oh, um,
Name begins with a Q. It's
fuck.
2 syllables.
Oh,
Kuan Yin.
Kuan Yin. Yeah, Kuan
Kuan
Yin.
Yin. Yeah, Kuan Yin isn't. I know. I know modern China likes to only speak of Kuan Yin in female pronouns. I'm aware of this, but Kuan Yin is a hermaphrodite.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like
Kuan Yin
much like
is
Baphomet is
yeah
technically a hermaphrodite. Although, as with Baphomet is often assumed male, Kuan Yin is often assumed feminine.
yeah. You know, it's and
The
even if
the
you
presentation is what we would call feminine. You know.
right. But that's the thing, right? Like even if you like, have you ever looked at the Sanskrit like have you ever looked at Avalokiteshvara, like the Tibetan and
No,
Sanskrit
if
version?
it's Sanskrit, I probably have not read it
Yeah, no,
because I have trouble with that.
the Indian and Tibetan version of Kuan Yin, which is in the original Sanskrit, is Avalokiteshvara.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah. Um, very androgynous, very youthful, beautiful, and androgynous. It's very much. Wait, is that a guy or a girl? I guess it's a guy because I don't see
Yeah.
tits, but
And
it's
one of the other things, like this is not ubiquitous, but it is common. The hermaphroditic figure or the androgynous figure is usually not always, but is usually a figure of mercy.
yes,
It is often a figure of mercy, like common enough that it's a thing. There are some divine hermaphrodites that are not that way. Baphomet actually be a good example. Um, Mercy is not something that he is associated with. Neither is cruelty, but like he's a figure of such intellectual challenge that you could hardly call it merciful. you
you know
know?
it's funny, right? Because like even if we go down to like okay, even if we go down to like Mexico and Central and Southern America, right? The
Yeah. Yeah.
the uh the two most powerful, I'd say, or two of at least two of the most powerful spiritual beings are female, and that is La Santísima Muerte
Mhm.
and Le Verge de Guadalupe.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, so much so
between
that they're basically the same image.
yes, like the forms of La Santísima Muerte are very similar to the
To
Virgin
the to
Guadalupe.
the Virgin of Guadalupe. Yeah, it's just that
But
she's a skeleton.
yes, now here's the thing: anyone who's familiar with like Hispanic culture may recognize what I'm speaking about when I say this. But if you go amongst like the people who practice like brujeria, and if you go amongst the people who practice like santismo and like the old like the kind of like blending of old indigenous folk craft and religion and like all this
Yeah,
kind of stuff, like it's like
Santismo is the name for the version of Santeria, isn't it?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
just checking. Yeah.
yeah. If you look at the people who practice this, amongst who both the Virgin de Guadalupe and La Santísima Muerte are very big important figures. Who are both of their most powerful priests and priestesses? It's usually queer people really usually trans people.
Yeah. Very, very important. They're very important to them. Either that or the really old grandmother.
Mm.
You know, which is not hard to see why, because we often grow up with the image of our grandmothers being merciful, even if they hit you with a chancla. You know, like even if they do that shit, like there's still kind of a symbol of mercy and peacekeeping in a general societal cultural context. You know, it makes
This is
total sense.
ooh, okay. This is an interesting question from Kevin Higgins. Like, or is it more so that historically oppressed and marginalized people have been pushed to the margins? Where else would they go? Yes and no.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yes and
it's
no.
yes and no. It's so if we're going to be so if we're going to be completely honest about the fact that really it's both religiously and culturally, it is warlike patriarchal systems that are the least accepting of queer people. And really, that's where a lot of the marginalization comes from, is those systems and the cultures that stem from
Yeah, because they
that stem
also
from them.
tend to marginalize and oppress gods.
Yes.
And those oppressed and marginalized gods become worshipped by the oppressed and marginalized people.
Hmm. Now, this being said, what I will say is that amongst many of the indigenous pre-Christian and like pre-Christianized peoples of both North and Mesoamerica, like both North and South and Central America, as well as in many of the indigenous cultures and traditions of Central and East Asia,
Mhm.
and in many of even actually in many of the in like a handful of the traditional pre-Judeo-Christian cultures of the Near East, interestingly enough, and in certain like spots in Europe, like in the Mediterranean, there was this predilection that queer people, when they appeared in those different cultures and societies, there was kind of like this idea of, ooh, those people are not operating within the what we would consider the normative lines of operation. Wait, they must be touched by the spirit realm because they're not acting like us. So in many
Yeah.
cultures, there is
The
this
word
notion that queer
fairy
people,
became associated with queer people for a reason.
yeah, the fae.
Yeah.
There is like this there is in many very in traditional and indigenous cultures around the world this notion that queer people are inherently more spiritually inclined or magically and metaphysically inclined.
They
And
do
then
strange and magical things. They perform weird rituals with each other, you know?
it's like, do you see that person over there? They were born a man, but look at them, they're so beautiful. Why? Because they've learned the secrets of heaven of how to make
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
you know
Yeah.
you know
That's a
um
that was a big one in uh
in the Near East.
pre yeah,
Like,
in the Near
yeah,
East that was big.
yeah, it was a really big one. um so that is true, and then on top of that, the now large proliferated oppression of LGBT people that we've seen over the past, what, 1,000 or so years, is uh, has pushed has increased that by doing the thing of pushing marginalized people to the fringes and therefore to fringe things.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's both things happening.
Yeah, most yeah, and that happens the more a society or a culture becomes becomes rigidly patriarchal, you know. Because patriarchy, by its nature, does not like liminal spaces. It does not like ambiguity.
No.
You know, it wants a definition of everything. You know, and to a certain point, there is utility in that. There is the utility and power in that. But once it starts to behave like it is greater than the feminine principles, now you've got a real problem. Now you have a problem, and it is a delicate balance. It's really hard to be at the exact intersection of those two things, just as like it is hard to maintain a state of pure enlightenment, right? You know, it's very difficult. So having a society go slightly, a bit one way or the other, that's in the realm of the okay.
It's workable.
It's workable. The problem that happened with Christianity is that it is so rigidly patriarchal.
It's very funny to me because, like, if you actually sit and look at Jesus, poor Jesus, if you look at him and the message he tried to get across, and then you look at the religion that formed off of it 2,000 years later, it's like, whoa, these are
way different.
These are not the same thing.
Yeah. Also, it's important to note that not all cultures throughout history swung that way.
Yeah.
Like, Babylon didn't swing that way. Egypt didn't swing that way until the very end, until nearly the end of its existence. Same thing with Greece. Like, it was still it was still measurably more patriarchal than not. But it was not as rigid as, say, Rome. Or the Spartans specifically.
Hell, up until the end of the golden age of Islam and the burning and sacking of Baghdad, the early Arab world, from its inception all the way up until the end of the golden age of Islam, had this had this beautiful thing of, like, pretending to be patriarchal, but then when you actually got into the society, there was a lot of shit going on.
Oh yeah. Like the existence of the harem and where that what the original idea was, is a great barometer. Because what was the harem originally and for a long time? That was the women's room.
Mm-hmm.
Literally the women's room. The reason you had eunuchs guard them was because, well, you probably need some big burly, like gonna hit somebody person who can step in should things go wrong. But the tendency is for those people to be male. So what do? You have to make them not men. So that they can guard that border, so they could sit on that border.
Well, and what's funny about that is that, like, the word that gets used is eunuchs, and technically that's correct. But there is this notion of the in the Arab harem, there's technically two kinds of eunuchs. Here's a man, and we have removed his testicles. He is now a eunuch.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is what in Arabic, I forget how to say it in Arabic, but it like roughly translates to the natural eunuch. And these are trans women and gay men.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that becomes fairly obvious. So, like, no matter where you are on this spectrum, of patriarchal versus non-patriarchal. The people who sit at the border of masculine and feminine or occupy the space between them used to have a special place. Now, that place may still be somewhat restrictive, but it existed and it was acknowledged. It existed and it was acknowledged. That the fact that Western society it keeps trying to destroy that is so anger inducing. Because it's like, look, I know it wasn't perfect before, but you're replacing it with nothing. But these people still exist. Motherfuckers. And that's total colonialism. That is absolutely colonialism. You can totally blame colonial Europe for that bullshit.
Oh yeah, of course. Also, besides being anger inducing, which it very much is, it's also confusing and self-defeating because you know what? No, I'm feeling myself today, and
Oh.
I'm not afraid. I'm feeling myself today, and I'm not fucking afraid to speak about it. Cis straight people, the fuck would you do without us? You can't run everything by yourselves. Look at you. I love you, but look at you.
Yeah, why wouldn't you want someone who can bridge the gap between the masculine and the feminine? That sounds like someone that you should listen to because they exist in both worlds, because they have a better understanding of the experiences of either part of that. Particularly trans people. Oh my God. They live at the dead intersection of that shit. Talking to them, you start to get a good idea of what aspects of masculinity and femininity are biological, are emotional.
We are fabulous. I can't deny
Yeah. It's really, really, really interesting. Like I love hearing about trans people's transitions because there are all of these little things that we don't think about, that cisgender people don't think about, that they have directly experienced going from point A to point B here. And I'm like, that is, so much more than I will, you have forgotten so much more than I could ever know on this subject. Like, why wouldn't I listen to you? Why would I not look to you for an understanding of how to build the communication bridge between masculine and feminine? You existed almost at every stage of that.
It's interesting how you bring up that you bring up transitions because I've been like, oh God, I have been absolutely dreading it, but I do want to have the conversation with my physician, which is that apparently there is like a type of HRT now where you can essentially low dose HRT hormones, and it's designed specifically for non-binary people, so we can actually sit more in the androgynous zone.
Oh, interesting.
And I'll be honest with you, like now that now that I've got like complete and full and good health coverage in a state that actually has passed many protections for the trans community, I have been thinking about, I'm like, oh, should I try to make an appointment with an endocrinologist?
I would
'Cause
I would start with either a therapist or a
yeah.
psychiatrist.
Well, yeah.
Someone who can explain that in detail so that like, oh yeah, this is where I want to go, or nah.
Or I mean more specifically, like I think what I should do is have the discussion with my general practitioner so that we can set up uh, a mutual appointment with both a therapist and an endocrinologist at this. You know what I mean? Get that ball rolling.
Yeah.
See what happens because because yeah, no, I have said for years that my biggest problem with puberty was that it made me more definitely male, and I was just like, but I liked that I could dress either way and no one would know. I, you know, and I'm telling you all out there right now, if when you think about what your favorite mythological being you could ever be was, if your answer is a Japanese fox spirit, you're trans.
Yeah, most
I'm
likely, yes.
just telling you right the fuck now. If you have an obsessive predilection with kitsune, you might be a little trans.
Yeah.
Might be a little gender queer.
Yeah, by the way, for those of you who want to join the Discord, there it is. That should be the Discord invite. If that doesn't work, just say so in the chat because it should work.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! But yeah. Like, why? Even as a cis male, I see the value in that. It's not that hard to think of how that is important. I don't need to be any more masculine than I am. And that's one of the things that always confuses me about like people who get really hypermasculine, because hypermasculinity is absolutely a product of insecurity.
Yes.
And a very specific and kind of a specific type of insecurity too. But I'm always like, well, you're as masculine as you need to be. That's kind of the privilege of being cisgendered.
Yeah.
The privilege of being cisgendered is you are as much of whatever your gender is as you need to be. Can you move that around a bit if you want? Yeah. But you don't necessarily have to. You don't feel like you necessarily have to. That's the privilege of being cisgendered. So when I see the ideal of hypermasculinity put on this, I'll call it like it is, put on this goddamn pedestal, I am like, now you're trying to tell me what it is to be masculine as opposed to describing it. Now you're being patriarchal. You need things to fit in this narrow definition. And that is just not how the world works.
Tell me, Jack, as someone who looks like a man, identifies as a man, and knows himself to be a man utterly and totally, how do you feel about people telling you how you should be a man? How does that make you feel?
It's aggravating. It's annoying. I don't like it. because I'm like, what, this is a question? For me? No. This is not a question for me. I fit in my gender. I have played around with it. And I'm like, no. I fit in this body.
See, but also, isn't that really the joy of like, isn't that really like the joy of like social conventions that allow you to play around with like gender and presentation and identity? Because it actually doesn't it actually like, I feel that like it allows you to better figure out
Oh no, totally.
where
Totally.
you are.
Totally
Like,
it does.
like yeah, no, like that was that was something that I rediscovered during the pandemic. There was something I rediscovered during the pandemic, which was which really, when I was like, oh yeah, no, we're operating more in the they them category, aren't we? Yeah, fuck, I guess we are. Because I have found, and this is I feel this is kind of funny, because it's not the it's not for me, it's not the sexy maid outfit, it's not the brilliant drag queen dress with the giant wig. No, 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 no. What it is for me is those floral print blouses with the straps and open shoulders that every Hispanic out wears. You all
Yeah.
know what blouses I'm
And you're
talking
like,
about.
yeah, and how to put it. You know that's real because that ain't traditionally sexy. So you know that's not where it's coming
I
from.
mean, it's more that I'm sexy, so it looks sexy on me because I am sex.
Right,
But, you know,
right. Right, but that's a little different, you know.
you know, oh, but yeah, no, it's like, no, one of those blouses, one of those blouses, freshly shaven face, coiffed hair, uh, fucking capris, flip flops, painted toes and fingers, and I'm just like, yeah, we can do this. I can go do my shopping and slap my nephew at the same time. There we go.
Yeah.
That's where we are.
One of the things that I found very, very interesting, um, exploring my own gender,
Mhm.
was this little detail that I did not notice.
Tell me, Mr. Peacock Hair and Pants, what is that?
My feminine side is also violent.
You're shocked by this?
I didn't notice for a while.
Jack, who's your favorite goddess from my pantheon?
Kali. Well, here's the thing, because I didn't realize this for a long time, but every time I did drag,
Mhm.
my drag persona always had a weapon. A shotgun, a chainsaw, you know, something like that. And it was never like, how to put it, and it was never a clean weapon. It was something that would spray blood like a menstruating vagina. You know, like a shotgun, a chainsaw. Like, and I'm realizing, oh, I am literally trying to attack people with the metaphorical vag.
Yes.
That was an interesting realization. That was an interesting realization. As I like to keep quoting, if man is a beast, it has its equal in woman. And I'm like, no, you gotta respect it. Gotta respect it.
I mean, how can I put it? I'm constantly in the middle of things. My altar holds both Santisima Muerte and Guadalupe. My altar holds Mahakali and Mahalakshmi. I'm very much, oh, I'll look very pretty. I will kill you if I need to. I don't want to, but I will.
Oh man.
Jack has a pulverization.
Pulverization fetish? What's that?
No, just the just the whole thing of like, yeah, must pulverize, must hack and slash.
Yeah. Because when it comes to masculinity, the weapons of choice of my masculine side are my hands and weapons that have a really satisfying thwack to them.
My
Baseball bats. Even a revolver.
My weapons of choice are sickles and scimitars.
Ooh. Slicing. Yeah.
Come, let me chop off your head and drink your blood in my skull.
Yeah. You're interfacing. You interface with violence in a different way.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. I'll kill you, but it'll liberate you.
Yeah, but it'll be trust me. Shh. Yeah, whereas for me, it's either about the satisfying impact or the blood spray. And I was like, oh, I discovered something very important about myself. And I do think that sort of gender. That's the thing about gender exploration is you learn things like as you were asking. Yeah, you totally learn more about where you fit in on that through that exploration. Because it's one thing because it's yin and yang, right? One contains within it the seed of the other.
And they both push and pull each other.
Yeah. They both push and pull each other, It's
ultimately it all comes from wuxia.
Yep.
It all comes from the great void.
Yeah, or the in like Chinese and Eastern terms, the purpose of that is so you can inhabit yourself by doing nothing.
Yes.
The Wu Wei.
Wei Hu Hui is one of the greatest things. It truly is.
Yeah, the art of doing nothing to great effect.
It's like, no, I can just skip across these clouds. How? Wei Hu Hui.
Wei Wei. Yeah. And another that's also why I consider the most deadly aspect of my personality is the ability to sit by a riverfall and watch the bodies of my enemies go by. It's like, oh no, I didn't have to lift a finger. All I had to do was keep you from destroying yourself. And then I just waited and did other things. That's it. And the fact that I feel that that is so reliable, I find interesting. There is no one who I have been in an acrimonious relationship with that I have not eventually watched their comeuppance. It happens, and it will usually happen within a couple of years of me deciding I'm going to let it happen.
Oh, I've just realized something.
Yeah.
Something that I had wanted to show you but didn't, which was, and I just realized this because we brought up like Chinese and Taoist terms again,
Mm-hmm.
which was, guess what I made that I know you've never, well, maybe not that you've never made, but that you don't have now.
All right.
Hold on. It's not a coin sword, so don't worry.
Okay. All right. All right. You knew that was immediately where I was going.
No, it's not that. It's not that. That's next on the list, though, man. So be careful.
Yeah.
But no, not the coin sword, but another very ubiquitous tool that virtually every Taoist sorcerer has.
Oh,
Magic
the
magic fan.
Yeah.
Magic fan. Covered in glyphs and various writings.
Yeah.
But I know plotting out this diagram.
Yeah, you take care, Kevin Higgins. It was good talk chatting with you.
See you, man.
Hope we answered some questions.
Plotting out these diagrams took so goddamn long. They really did. And the best thing is, I loved it. The bag came and it came like in a little Chinese bag with the luck coins.
Nice. But yeah, I really do need to. I really should get a coin sword. I really should.
So now I can go into haunted houses and go, hey, stop it.
Yeah. Stop that. You know. Actually.
What?
You know what I should do sometime?
What should you do sometime?
I should do a story, because this is something I would love to do in the world, where it's essentially the spiritual equivalent in like Chinese magic of, you hear that there? That there's the bear Jew. You know, that's sort of like, all right, I didn't want to do this. Then noise happens. You know what that is? That's fill in the name of the exorcist. Now, if you don't do what if you don't fucking calm down, I'm calling him over. You know, and that guy like shows up and he's just like in like full fucking like, you know, shamanistic theater makeup.
Oh, like
It's just
the painted face and everything.
Yeah. It's like, oh shit.
Like,
you know,
like in one hand bells and fan, in the other hand a sword. Ah!
Yeah. Just be like, well, all right, didn't want to do it, but I guess we're doing it now.
It's like, man, look, we tried talking nice. We really tried talking nice with y'all. We put out offerings. We gave you incense, fruit, liquor, rice. We gave you rice. We prayed for you, and yet you still fuck around.
Yep. Yeah, just get that one like either I forget what the instrument is called. The Chinese lute.
Oh, the with the 2-stringed one.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's
it's like
got the bow.
It's like it's something I can't.
Yeah. But either get like the plucking of the one string or like the bamboo whistle. Yeah. You know.
Oh my god!
And then the chanting slowly starts. You know, and
you know what the funniest? I gotta tell you. Do you know what the funniest? Honestly, like the funniest interaction like with a ghost I've ever had in my life was
oh, what?
that I actually used the Jackie Chan Uncle chant and it worked.
Oh my god.
That's the well, I mean, if you think, I mean, he is speaking actual Cantonese.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
he's literally saying ghosts, goblins, ghouls, and demons be gone. Like he's just saying that.
Yep.
So why wouldn't it? You are expressing your desire for them to get the fuck out.
Yeah, well, yeah, was yeah, I'm gonna mangle it. But like, you my good guy fight this how? Fight this how?
You mo goi goi fight it so.
Yeah.
You mo goi goi fight it so. You mo goi goi fight it so.
Spirits, demons, ghosts, monsters quickly leave, or more liberal, evil demons and malevolent spirits be gone.
Be gone.
In other words, get your ass out of here. Which is that's the feeling of it.
Yeah. It really is. It truly is. Do you know what or no. You know what really annoyed it especially if it's like a mean ghost, you know what really fucking annoys the shit out of it?
What?
You know, you get first of all, and I'm saying this from personal experience. First of all, you get the wooden fish.
Ooh.
You know what I'm talking about, right? You get the wooden fish, and you start reciting like the Heart Sutra. They fucking hate it.
Oh.
They fucking hate it. You know, just it's great. You know, just sit here and be like, like they fucking hate that shit.
Oh God, he's on this again.
It's like, he's trying to give me the enlightenment. Quick, run!
Yeah.
Quick! He's trying to save us with great compassion. I don't want that. I'm angry. Run away.
Yeah. you know
exactly, George. Go on now, you demon. Get. I said get. Yeah, no, that's what it is. Where oh man, I think this technically also exists in like Chinese shamanism, but because I know it exists in Korean shamanism as well as the notion that like, oh, are you like not just that there's ghosts around, but someone who's like possessed by a ghost.
Oh, okay, actual possession. Yeah.
Yeah, because East Asian possessions are fucking gnarly.
Oh yeah.
They
yeah.
Fucking gnarly.
Hell, even fucking like Hindu exorcisms are pretty intense. Intense.
Yeah. Our exorcisms also get intense. Yeah, no, the Catholic Church likes to claim that it has like ownership of that, but nah.
No.
we got this shit down to a science. Um, but like I know
Yeah.
it happens.
Like
in-
how to put it? Them bullshit Christian exorcisms, they have to get other people involved. No. Eastern exorcism, one dude.
Just one guy.
One dude, one badass.
And I think this happens in Chinese exorcisms. Tell me if I'm wrong. I know because I know it exists in Korean ones.
Mm-hmm.
But the notion of like if if talking to the ghost to leave doesn't work, if prayers don't work and shit like that, then it's like, all right, cool. It's like, oh, look at this! I've got some new spring shoot, very thin, flexible spring shoots of bamboo that still have the leaves on them. I'm gonna dip them in sacred water and beat the living
shit out of
you.
you. Yeah. There is a step between those though. And that is the ironically, the next step is ghosting the ghost.
Oh, like ignoring it?
Ignoring it. Like just not giving it the satisfaction until it decides to behave. Now, if that doesn't work,
then you beat the shit.
Then you do that. And there are ways to do the conspicuous, like, we're not paying attention to you, because somewhere in there is also the, oh, what a lovely luncheon we're having.
Oh, playing goblins.
Yes.
I love playing goblins. It's so cool. That's the best kind of interviewic divination I've ever seen in my life. I love it.
If only Grandpa was here. Even if he was a ghost, I bet he would enjoy this. Yeah, you troll them. Troll them.
That can't possibly be Mr. Yu. Didn't you hear he met someone in the
woods? Yeah. Like, whoa, and then they get to, then they're supposed to reveal themselves somehow, and they're like, all right, here's how it's gonna be.
You get like, you get like the really nice, like the fresh warm pork buns out and shit.
Oh yeah.
They're just sitting there like.
Because even in the afterlife, man, those steamed pork buns, man.
heavenly
yes.
aroma. It's like,
yes.
It's like, is that lotus syrup cake?
Oh yeah.
You
Like
bring out the
some
big guns.
in some Taiwanese versions, it's the curry pastry. Sometimes you use the curry paste,
Yes.
which are Taiwanese curry pastries are amazing, by the way.
They are. You know what I just realized? I just realized that like, as like fucking like white girl witchcraft as it is, that movie Practical Magic does the same thing. Remember, like they get Jimmy to come out with the fucking like tequila bottle.
Yeah. That's a big thing in like Hispanic practices, like with the Asian steam bun, with the in the Hispanic occult traditions, it's the tequila.
I've got a worm with your name on.
Morning. Oh, it's too bad that the spirits aren't here to enjoy this lovely tequila. Or hey, granddad, if I give you a shot of tequila, will you fucking calm down? Yes. Okay then. There you go. Bam, there's blood in your eye. Now stop it.
But I love I do love the I do love the notion again, I do love the bamboo thing because I do love the notion of just like, yes, the sacred plant dipped in the sacred water, and I'm just like, you're just taking switches to this person. Like what a movie that does that I recently rewatched was, there's a Korean horror movie called like, it's called like was it like 0.0 megahertz?
I don't think I've seen this.
It's on Shudder. basically it's okay. It's a group of Korean kids. It's a group of Southern Korean kids. They do the stupid thing of who we're gonna go to a haunted house with cameras and measuring equipment. We're gonna see if we can. Ooh, I have some necromancy spell that I found online, and there's one girl in the party going, "Don't do that. Don't do that." And she's saying it so plainly too. She's like wearing all black and shit, like the long hair, and she's like, "Don't. That's stupid. Don't. No. Don't. God damn it."
Well, oh my god. I
And you know, and shenanigan, like possessive shenanigans ensue. They won't like break everything, but I will say that and I'll say this because like it's actually, if you know Korean culture, it's actually very obvious going in. The thing is that the girl, like the quiet girl who was like, no, don't stop, don't do that. Um, she's a mudang, she's a shaman
oh, okay.
because she comes from a line of female shamans, and she also has this gift, but she doesn't want it. But, you know, blah blah blah. And so eventually, when it comes to the climax of facing the possessing ghost, she has this thing of like she lets the spirit of her grandmother, who was a very accomplished shaman, possess her, so she can like, so her grandmother is internally leading her through the exorcism.
Oh, okay.
And there is this point where she's just like, she tries talking to the ghost and like trying to, and then like yelling at it and cursing at it, and it won't leave, and it's just like, well, okay, fine, we tried this the easy way. Then she brings out these like bamboo stems, dips them in water, and then goes starts beating the living shit out of her. Like, it's done so funny because like I don't know what it, like, East Asian ghost stories do always have like that little bit of humor about banishing the ghost.
Yes.
There's always that little bit of humor, and in this, the little bit of humor comes from like after she starts beating her, there comes a point where like the ghost pretends to be the person and goes, "No, it's me. Can't you see me? I'm here." And she's just like, and then grabs her hair and then goes like, "Don't you try to fool me! Get the fuck out of here!"
Yeah. That's another thing about a lot of Asian spirits. They'll pull shit.
Yeah, no,
They will
exactly.
absolutely pull shit. You know? Like, so you're like, nah, you gotta, nah, Actually, one of my favorite, like, all of a sudden this has turned into an exorcism, was probably in the Hellboy story, The Corpse, where he walks into this house and everyone's like, there's something wrong with the baby. There's something wrong with the baby. And he walks up to it and he's like, oh, well, that doesn't seem to be anything wrong. It's just a little nipper. Like, that's it. You know, actually, this is such a good baby. I think I'm gonna give him a present. He reaches in. Don't worry, I know what baby's like. Baby's like, and he pulls out a horseshoe. Iron! And the baby immediately goes, I am undone!
I'm undone! Fucking.
And he's like, all right, you motherfucker!
The fucking Konak Shi, man. Like, they really.
Yeah. He's like, all right, motherfucker, where's the original fucking baby? All right, I'll tell you, but you have to dig up this corpse, and then you have to take him to this graveyard, and then if you can't take him to that graveyard, you have to take him to the other graveyard, and if you can't take it to this graveyard, you have to go to the other one. And Hellboy's like, I fucking hate fairies. I fucking hate this, because, look, while all you out there watching me, I'm sure you're like, why not just go to the last graveyard last? It doesn't work that way. You have to go through the whole song and dance in order to do this. And so
Otherwise, Dagda won't listen.
Well, yeah, he won't listen to you. You know, you can't get what you want done. And so he's walking around the entire time with the corpse of like an old Irish king who fucking will not stop insulting him.
Just talking shit.
Yeah, just talking shit the whole time.
And if you're sitting there going, "Oh, is that where the element in the Hellboy movie of like the Russian corpse talking
Yeah,
shit the
that
whole time
that
comes
that's
from?"
absolutely where it came from.
Yeah,
Voiced by
yeah,
Guillermo del Toro, by the way.
fucking fantastic. And I'll tell you, man, that's why I've got a horseshoe tattoo.
Just in case. Just in
Well,
case some
yeah.
malevolent fairies.
Well, hey, and someone might go, "Well, that's not iron. That's just a picture on your skin." Aha! I have a sticker on my green truck that says this car is red.
Ah.
Aha! little little tie humor
Yeah,
there. A
but,
little.
what you should also do,
Mhm.
you should have a horseshoe on the end of a stick, ready, just in case they're like, ha, that's not real. Oh yeah, what about this? Bang.
And just throw it at him.
Like, well, it's like it's so much. Here's the thing I think is really interesting about exorcism, particularly in Asian traditions, is it is still attached to the psychological. Whereas I feel like the Catholic exorcism is kind of completely separated from the psychological. Because the exorcism, the reason why so many Asian exorcisms are like that is you're recontextualizing the sufferer's relationship with that experience. That's why it gets so weird and funny. Because if it is, the tension and the stress of it begins to dissipate. So if it is something that's purely psychological, you're still dealing with that. You're still dealing with it.
And if it's not, you're dealing with that.
And if it's not, you're dealing with that. Yeah, exactly. Because it's a liminal experience.
Yeah.
It's that thing that I always say, like, I don't know if they are or aren't purely psychological, but I know that they are at least partially psychological. It is related to it.
I mean, it's how to put it. It is kind of why like Asian exorcism stories. It's why there's so many of them that just end successfully.
Yeah.
Humorously end successfully.
Yeah. Because you're reestablishing the relationship between the people who are experiencing it and the thing that they are experiencing. My favorite example of this that happened to me in real life was there was this guy who I had seen in the neighborhood before. This really big, lanky black dude. And he was obviously crazy, and he had those crazy those crazy Loa eyes, which was like, okay, that's a little unsettling. And he was outside, and he was saying that I owed him money for work that he had done that I had not asked him to do. And I was scared because I'm like, this guy's crazy. I don't know what he's going to do. Maybe he'll just go away. And then he didn't. And so I came in the back and I'm like, there's a guy outside. That dude? It's like, yeah. He's out there and he wants money for raking and sweeping the leaves, which is not something I asked him to do. And I don't know what to do. And the Countess was like, well, how much does he want? And he's like, about $3.50. And all of a sudden, she starts chuckling. She's like, oh my God, it's the Loch Ness Monster. And I'm like, what? He wanted $3.50. And at that moment, I was like, oh, I can deal with this now. I'm now not scared.
For I know that I face the Loch Ness.
Yeah. Loch Ness Monster. He's just going to ask me for $3.50. You know, like, oh, that's all he wants. Okay, I could deal with that. You know, and so I went out and I was like, hey, man, I'll give you the money this time. But before you ask me for money for work you did, ask me if you can do the work first. Okay? And he was like, okay. And then he disappeared into the moors. You know? He disappeared into the loch.
Some say he's still roams
Some
out there.
Some say he's still there, you know? But like I was like, no, that's the essence of the Asian exorcism right there.
I gave him three.
I gave him $1. You know, no, you can't give him $1. He's got super more. He wanted $3.50.
It's like, I don't know why you're getting so angry. That monster would kick your ass.
Kick your ass. He was angry. Damn right I was angry. No, you're the monster. He's about to kick your ass. Don't shut your mouth up, woman. Woman. Yep, woman, best get at it now.
Oh, no, don't. Oh, now the spirit got into pot roast.
Oh, now. Oh, God, I love that whole bit about, like, oh, we were just about to finish the pot roast, too. Well, I'm not saying it's going to be ruined, just maybe a little dry, but maybe we could put some gravy on it, make the dryness go. And she just walks off screen and walks back in like full voodoo outfit.
Yeah. She's just ready for it. And
yeah.
when the spirit gets
Yep, Nelly, there's definitely more than one children in there. Yeah.
And then when Kenny's soul goes into the pot roast, she's just like, well, let me get you some aluminum foil. You can wrap it up and take it home.
I'll get you. Yeah. Let me wrap it up so you can take it home with you. Oh, I guess the child's a pot roast now. The thing is like,
Rob Schneider is Kenny.
Doop-de-dur. God, I loved it when they got to the point in that joke where they just, like, they're like, oh, man, what do we do for the final one? It's like, I got it. Rob Schneider, doop-de-dur. Doop-de-dur to teedly-burr, Rob Schneider. But Rob Schneider's gonna find out. Blah-dirty-doop-de-derpy-derpy-doom. You know, and I'm like, God damn it. Those are my favorite South Park jokes are always, for some reason, were always the most ridiculous ones that were usually apolitical. They were just purely absurd. You know,
because that's the best humor.
Yeah, it is. It is the best humor. You know,
and it's also like, how to put it. Like Matt Stone and Trey Parker, sociopolitically speaking, over the years have become kind of.
They're getting they're becoming crotchety old guys. You know.
There's like, they're kind of becoming like those middle-aged white guys who goes, I don't understand trans people in TikTok, and I'm like,
oh yeah. But like, I'm glad that frustration only goes so far with them.
Right. Like I'm not.
They don't seem to be like they basically said, oh no, we're not for taking anyone's rights away, but we don't understand a goddamn thing about this.
Yeah, which and that's the thing, right? The thing also about them is that if you bring up the fact that's like, well, do you think maybe it's because you're middle-aged now and you have money? Do you think maybe these things are playing on this? You know, like the people you always made fun of? How fucking dare you? Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
You know, try to bring up the fact that Matt Stone and Trey Parker may have in fact become victims of their own folly, and they will yell at you.
Yeah. And then a few days later, they'll be like, "Oh God damn it! I think they got a point," because they've actually done that.
No, they have. They absolutely have.
You know.
But yeah, but so that's the issue with, that's the ultimate issue with any of their political humor. The absurdist humor is always purely perfect because it's absurd.
Yeah, like my favorite episode is still Free Willsiak. It's still Free Willsiak because that ending is so.
That last shot is the greatest thing. Just
oh my God, is a 25-minute lead up to a single punchline that is silent. Oh my God.
In that moment, we feel like Patton Oswalt at the end of Jerry Maguire.
Yes.
Oh my God! It's like not jerking off for 10 years and then painting the garage. Oh my God! I'm seeing dead kings.
All of a sudden, my brother, you know, they get there. You had me at hello, and my brother goes, "Fuck you." So that's my favorite part of Jerry Maguire. The moment at the end where my brother says, "Fuck you."
By the way, if anyone doesn't know the bit that we're talking about, there's this Patton Oswalt bit where he's saying like, it's Christmas in LA, the city's virtually, and this does happen in like central Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Like Christmas time, everyone leaves to go visit their family, essentially.
Yeah.
Who live everywhere else.
Yeah, it happens in the Bay Area, but it happens in LA more.
Because, you know, virtually no one who lives in central LA is from central LA.
Yeah, very few people, you know.
Yeah. So Patton Oswalt was talking about like the year, like in the 90s, it was like 95 or something. It was like the year that Jerry Maguire came out, and him and his brother were getting drunk, and they were like, I know, let's go see a movie. Capital idea, old sport, vomit. And so they go to see Jerry Maguire.
Yeah, which was new at the time.
Yeah, and yeah, which was new at the time. And Patton was like, and we're going in there, and we are the only people in the theater, and we're together except for one man towards the front, sitting by himself. No, there's like 3 other people all sitting by themselves, and he's like, oh, they're all alone on Christmas. So they're probably like, I know, I'll go see this Tom Cruise movie. Maybe give myself a little bit of hope, a little bit of joy for the future, you know? And so we watched the movie. I kind of liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I kind of liked the film. It was good. My brother sitting next to me, he hated it though. He's sitting there fucking white knuckling it, just going like,
motherfucker. Yeah.
Shit, this piece of shit. And he's doing that the entire time. And it gets to the point at the end when Tom Cruise like runs through the airport to catch up to her, and he it's the whole thing where he gives the whole speech and he looks in her eyes and she goes, "You had me at hello." You know, it's a beautiful scene. I like it. I think it's a good scene. It's a good scene. And my brother is just like, he's gripping, he's at the edge of his seat. And there comes the part in that speech where Tom Cruise looks up at her and goes, and the camera pans into his face, and he goes, "We live in a cynical world." And my brother just yells at the top of his lungs, "Fuck you!" It was so horrible. It was so rude, and I could not stop laughing. I could not breathe. I was dying. That was amazing. People ask me, what is your favorite comedy? And I say, Jerry Maguire, when my brother yells, fuck you to Tom Cruise. It is a 90-minute setup to a single punchline.
Yeah, that's how I feel about Kill Wilsiak. Oh, well, yeah, Free Wilsiak.
Yeah,
You know, because
no, that scene, it's perfect.
yeah, it's to me, it's still the greatest South Park episode, the funniest South Park episode ever made. You know, oh my god.
Yeah.
But okay, so one of the I did that.
What? The screaming "fuck you" at Tom
Fuck
Cruise?
you at the screen, not a Tom
Oh.
Cruise movie, but at an art house flick. I was watching.
Okay.
I was watching the biopic of Farinelli.
Ooh.
I was watching Farinelli. Yeah, you could probably tell where I'm going to say fuck you. So the story of Farinelli, it's the story of a castrati singer who was quite famous back in, like, I think the 1600s.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Yeah, I don't know what season Free Wilsiak is in, but, like, if it's Kyle talking to a killer whale, you found it. And it's, you know, a somewhat historically faithful adaptation of his life, and it heavily features his brother, who is both, like, his closest confidant and his biggest antagonist. Now, one of the things about a castrati singer is the reason they have such high voices is because before they hit puberty, their nuts are cut off. And
luckily, we can do that today with just helium.
yeah,
you've seen that clip, right? Of like the church choir boy singer who at the to hit the high note takes like the helium and it's like, oh, and then actually hits it.
Yeah.
We don't need that anymore.
Yeah, but like his brother had castrated him in order to preserve his voice at their father's request. As his dying request, and so he did it. But he keeps gaslighting his brother and telling him that it happened at a carriage accident. So a lot of Farinelli's, like, emotional fucking problems come from this moment, you know, and things having to deal with it. Like, he cannot be married. He cannot produce children. Also, he is not highborn, but he is surrounded almost exclusively by highborn people because he's a famous singer. And his relationship with his brother gets worse and worse until eventually Farinelli wants something to do with his brother. And there is this opera that they have been trying to write together about Orpheus. So the brother finishes the opera, comes to his house. Farinelli rejects him, won't see him. So he starts seducing his brother's wife. And he says that he's doing it in order to give his brother a child. And the minute that starts happening, which is very close to the end of the movie, it's in the last, like, 5 minutes of the movie. I'm in an art house theater filled with art house theater goers in Washington, D.C., and the minute that guy dropped trow and showed his bare ass, I went, oh, fuck you. Fuck you, you piece of shit. And I sat back down. Now, that probably wasn't the thing to do. It definitely wasn't the thing to do because I had taken my mother to see that movie.
Well, it was an art house flick. The audience may have thought it was a performance piece.
Maybe. But I wonder if anyone in that audience ever told a story about that moment. You know, I was like, yeah, we were watching Farinelli, and the guy just all of a sudden, this kid all of a sudden with a mohawk all of a sudden stood up and said, fuck you.
I don't even remember what part it was at. It was just so weird.
I know it was near the end, but at that point, the movie just kind of flew out of my head.
Because who can really sit and watch that entire thing and remember?
Oh, geez. That thing is, I can't believe I remember that movie in as much detail as I do. It's a very pretty film.
Oh, yeah, no, the cinematography is great.
Yeah, I wonder if the same guys who did that also worked on Perfume, because that had a similar quality.
No, there are similarities in the style.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, wait, have I ever actually yelled at a movie? I'm trying to think if I have.
You know, I have. I have allowed myself to yell at a screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I have. What the fuck was that? It wasn't at a screen. It was in my home. But I was with, but it was with me and my friends. We were watching something. Okay, this is awful because the movie was so bad and offensive to me that my brain is not letting me remember what the movie was.
Oh dear.
Because I remember I was pissed. I remember that the film itself made me go, no, fuck, But I can't remember what the movie was. I really think that my brain is actively trying to protect me from remembering.
It's trying to protect the rest of your psyche from this memory. Do you even remember what happened in it?
No, I don't. I don't remember the thing that pissed me off, but it was something that was so egregious that I grabbed the remote, paused the movie, jumped off my couch, went over to the love seat where my friend.
It wasn't Man of Steel, was it?
No. It was
okay,
like
because I restrained myself during Man of Steel, but oh my god, I wanted to burn the screen down.
Jesus, stop. Okay.
Is that your alarm or?
Yeah. We're good. It's Saturday. I ain't got nowhere to be. But I remember that it was like because like maybe like once or twice a month, me and this one group of friends, we always get together and we and they spend the entire weekend here and we just binge horror movies and weird movies the entire fucking time. And my friend Spencer was like, oh no, I gotta show you guys this. It's something. You gotta see it. And I was like, and I remember going, I don't like the way that sounds. I don't remember what the movie was. And I don't remember what happened in it, but something in it happened that was so egregious that I grabbed the remote, pressed pause, jumped out of my chair, marched over to the love seat where Spencer was sitting and put my finger in their fucking face and going, how fucking dare you? You brought this into my home! You goddamn son of a bitch! What the fuck is wrong with you? And they were laughing the entire time.
Oh my god.
However, I did recently, with my friends, watch a movie that the ending of the movie made me jump out of my seat and actually applaud at my screen and yell "Bravo!" like in full force because I thought the ending was the most perfect thing, and it made it a perfect movie. And you should go watch it. It's called Killer Cocaine Crabs from Outer Space.
Oh, okay. It's one of those cash in on Cocaine Bear movies. Wait. Hold on. Cocaine Crabs from Outer Space. Hold
This
on.
thing, this
Hold
thing was,
on.
It was made on no budget. It's great.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen this one. There was another one, another low budget horror movie that like used horseshoe crabs.
No. This one uses plastic crabs that you buy from Party Fair and pulls them along on an invisible string. It's great.
Okay.
It's the you know those brilliantly no budget films that just go all the way with their conceit?
Yes.
That's what this is.
Yeah, I'm looking at the trailer and I'm like, ooh.
It's
Like the funny
so
thing is,
good.
the funny thing is that I was like, I wonder if it's on a lower budget than uh the Trash Film Orgy people. And lo and
Ooh.
behold, it is. Lo and
Yeah.
behold, it is. But I could totally see them doing a version of this movie.
Yeah, Harmony Korine paid more than these people.
Yeah. Like, because literally, clearly the biggest expenditure was just in buying several dozen plastic crabs.
You know, and building the exterior and interior of the spaceship. But that was
Yeah,
about it.
yeah. Oh, I didn't see that in the trailer there.
Well, I mean, how to put it? They are killer cocaine crabs from outer space, so they do come from outer space.
Yeah. They just don't have that bit in the trailer. So maybe it is. Maybe that does reach the Darren Wood levels. You know.
But no, I'm telling you, I watched it on Midnight Pulp.
Lower budget than Manborg. Lower production quality, definitely.
But
like I will say, like, Manborg may be cheap, but it's got a lot of production value.
This does not.
This does not. You know.
It's fantastic. I honestly think it's now one of my favorite like cult films now, to be honest with you. It
really? Oh yeah, it just came out. It just came out last year. Okay.
Yes. Give it a watch. And
where would one give this a watch?
Now, I saw it on Midnight Pulp, which is like another streaming service that's like what Shudder is to horror film, this is to pulp film.
Oh, okay.
In all of it's great. It's got genres such as action, more action, horror, more horror, sci-fi, weird, and then wrestling. It's great.
It's called Pulp Watch.
Midnight Pulp.
Oh, Midnight Pulp. Okay, Midnight Pulp. And is this like an app or? Yeah, it's a streaming app. Okay.
Yeah. Now that's where I saw it. I know that Midnight Pulp costs money, so if you do not wish to spend money on it, I'm sure if you looked around, you could find a digital copy online of it somewhere.
Ooh, it's got Forbidden World.
They've got all the Gamera movies.
Oh my God! Prog Nights.
Yeah.
What the? Okay. Inspector. Oh, that's a more recent film. Okay.
And the original Japanese Dark Water's on there.
The Dead or Alive series. Mike's
Yep.
Dead or Alive series.
Yes.
Oh, whoa,
yes,
they have a whole section that's just Mike Mania.
Yes, they do. Also, Tetsuo the Iron Man and its sequel are also on there.
Oh, man. This might actually be a really good companion to Shudder because it has it has a lot that Shudder doesn't have.
That's why I got it.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, well it's available on Roku. So what? How
Oh, Giovanni asking was Suicide Club and Caligula on there? I don't know if Caligula's on there, but Suicide Club's on there. I rewatched it recently. I forgot how good that movie is.
Extraterrestrial Visitors is on here? Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I thought this was a fever dream.
Oh.
Wait, is something here called Cat City? The fuck?
Oh. Of My Homeland. It's a Hungarian film. Watch it. It's fun.
Huh. I'm like, okay, there is a lot here. Which I'm not used to. Delta Space Mission? Oh my god.
I need to watch that still.
It's got Coonskin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, Dracula's Angel. Oh my god. All right, so how much is this a month?
I think was the full year like
Yeah.
between.
Where are you for a second?
I was thinking of ending things soon.
Okay, well that's what you said an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, but you need me for the
I just wanted a fish consultancy on how to cook it.
Oh, okay. I'll come out in like can you give me 5 minutes?
I can give you 5 minutes.
Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, I just want to find where just is this a subscription service or is it like, hey man, just watch some fucking
It is a subscription service, but I think like the year's subscription was like somewhere between like $50 and $60, I think.
Huh. Yeah, because I'm like, wait, where's the thing that allows me to like subscribe to anything, and I'm having trouble finding that.
Pretty sure. Let me see.
Oh, it comes with Roku.
Well, it doesn't come free with. Well, okay, you can watch it free on Roku, but like there's ads like through like in the middle of the movie.
Ah, okay.
I'm looking at it right now. Monthly premium get 7-day free trial, and then it's $5.99 a month.
Oh, okay. So it's like $60 a year.
Yeah.
Okay, but if I just want to, but if I'm like, I don't feel like spending the money, I can just watch it with ads.
Yeah.
Okay. Like that's good because I don't have a lot of money to spend. And I can handle I can handle a few bullshit ads. You know, I watch Tubi, so I can deal with bullshit ads.
That's fair.
Yeah. I also
Wait.
I haven't read it yet.
Ooh.
You know, I haven't read it yet, but there's this. And I'm probably very soon going to be embarking on a quest for the Boom Comics Nightbreed series because that is completely out of print. It's out of print, and it's hard to find a copy of anything. They did do collections. It is also impossible to find those, which is really weird for a comic that was only published in 2014.
Yeah, and I don't know. You'd think the cult status of it would keep it in print longer.
Yeah, right? You know, and so I was like, okay. There was also a collection that they did that was all the old Nightbreed comics from like Epic. And I mean like all of them. Like including the Rawhead Rex crossover and the fucking Hellraiser crossover. What's the name of the comic again? The comic is Nightbreed, and it was done by Boom.
Yes.
You know, it started publishing in like, I think either 2012, somewhere between 2012 and 2014. And I cannot find any issues or any collections. They're all out of print.
Oh,
And I did look into Strange Havens.
Oh, what'd you think?
I need to
right?
read this.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I need to read this.
Also, there's a very long question in two messages given to us by cute little cat girl, and I'm just gonna make this real quick. Cute little cat girl, that thought that you put in that, that's a very old thought. Actually, a lot of people have posed the notion of like, what if Judas Iscariot isn't bad? What if it's like his betrayal
Well,
is necessary?
that's
for
one of the
Jesus, blah, blah.
that's one of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
pillars of Gnosticism.
Yeah. There's literally a Gnostic gospel called the Gospel of Judas Iscariot that poses that Judas was actually Jesus's closest disciple, and that he revealed to him a lot of like mystical secrets, and also said to him, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna need you to do something for me, and you're not gonna like it."
Yeah.
And that's what it was.
It also it's another major Gnostic text is the Apocalypse according to Peter.
Yep. So yeah, you are not the first person to think this. It was a common idea, at least among some people, within like the first 100 years after Jesus' death, and it's just not the idea that won out.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for the donation, George. Hail Satan, George version. Hail Satan.
Okay.
And all right, I
gotta get going.
I got to get going. But like, yeah, cute little cat girl. The some books that you might be interested in is the Gospel of Judas and the Revelation according to Peter. The Revelation of Peter. And by Peter that means like Saint Peter.
Yeah, the apostle.
Yeah, Saint Peter the Apostle, and those two go together really well because one is kind of the lead up to something. Jesus isn't telling everybody everything. And the revelation of St. Peter is him telling this to Peter, telling Peter everything that he didn't tell him while he was alive.
Yep.
All right. I got to go. I have not read One Hand and Six Fingers by Dan Waters.
Neither have I.
Yeah. So I'll have to look
Can't
into
comment
that.
on it.
But until next time, I will see you all on Monday here yet again on YouTube, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Until then, Ave Satanas, Disco Inferno. Remember, Jesus Iscariot, and I love you very much. Jesus Iscariot. Jesus fucking Iscariot. Dude.
Yeah. Yeah,
Dude, that's a good name for something. I'll have to keep it in mind. All right, everybody. Good